Morning's or the session's theme is the gender plenary. We want to look at how we can prioritize gender equity and women's empowerment in super pollutants.
Empoderamento feminino a respeito da mitigação de
Just over a week ago, so it's very timely, on 8th of March, the world celebrated the International Women's Day. And it is in that spirit that this morning's plenary will focus on how we can actually make this work in our context. How can we prioritize gender equity and the women's empowerment? And it's always a difficult path to walk. I don't want this to be sounding like this is only a women empowerment program, not to say that that isn't needed. It's a gender approach to everything, but we have to make sure it's not an afterthought. It's not a second thing that we just add on. But how do we design projects that really work for that as well? And I think that's why it's so really interesting to dive deeper into this. And it doesn't matter in which context we look at it, in which key sector. We know women are the household, the energy and water managers, we keep saying, because they, in certain contexts, are fetching the firewood and fetching the water with great difficulties and so on. We look at different contexts in the transport sector with exposure, safety issues that come with all of that as well. We look across board. If I tell my own story, my first job in UNEP, I was doing with the transport sector. I was the only woman in the room. It was all sorry, it is not to be offensive, right? It was all middle-aged men, all coming from North America or Europe, and I was there, okay, with my agenda, trying to convince. And I think we all have a story like that to tell. How can we do this? And obviously a lot has happened since, and I think we're at a very different point of the discussion, which is actually really, really good. But I wanted to make it a little personal as well, because I think we all have these stories to tell, and that's why the topic matters. And as we saw yesterday as well, if it matters to us, we're much more prone to take action. So really driving this forward. Now, we know that women are leading the charge for this healthier planet, and we heard from a few powerful women yesterday as well in our plenary. But they're often overlooked and underfunded, despite the critical role they do play. And there is only 2.4% of climate-related development assistance that priorities gender equity, and that's a gap that we need to look at as well. So I think that's really where we are. So it's the attention on the one side, it's the funding on the other side, and it's how we go about it. So not an afterthought. We need to be able to target our investments to break down some of those structural barriers that limit women's participation in decision-making and the access to climate finance. Otherwise, this will persist and weaken our ability to respond to crises. Anyway, with that, our speakers and panelists will highlight the progress that we've made together on gender responsiveness. As you know, we have a gender strategy that we've put into place, and we've started really working on this. And I really want to highlight Dana. You will hear from her later, but she's been really leading the charge on this in the Secretariat team as well. Now, we'll hear about innovative solutions to advance our agenda here, while we really focus on driving down the super pollutant emissions as well. And with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage a leader in this, Andrea Shearstone, the Director of Strategic Policy and International Affairs, Environment and Climate Change Canada, and one of our board members. And thank you for coming up to the stage. Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you, Martina. I just wanted to take a minute before I started to just really thank the CCAC for convening such a great conference and for really giving the space for this very important topic. I'd also like to thank Brazil for hosting. And I just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself and say a little about Canada. So I am Andrea Shearstone. My pronouns are she, her, and I come to you from Canada. I came here from Ottawa, which is a crazy snowy place. So it's been a bit of an adjustment here. And I'm saying this because Ottawa is the unceded traditional territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples, which is an Indigenous group in Canada. And I'm saying this because I also think it's important here that we acknowledge the contributions that Brazilian Indigenous people are also making into the climate space, And so I just also wanted to give a thank you out to Brazilians, Indigenous peoples in this space too. So with that being said, into the remarks. So women and girls in all of their diversity continue to be disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, yet at the same time have the knowledge, skills, leadership, and perspectives that are essential in achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Internationally, Canada is NFCCC, and we advance gender responsive climate policies and gender transformative approaches to addressing climate change in Canada. At COP30, we do intend to work with others to establish a renewed gender action plan to implement the work program at a multilateral level, as well in our own domestic policies. Canada's international assistance is grounded in feminist approaches to environment and climate action. It focuses on increasing the participation and leadership of women and women and girls, sorry, I should say women and girls, in the decision-making policy and in all aspects of our climate mitigation, adaptation, and for Canada, in our sustainable natural resource management. This approach advances gender-responsive climate planning, policymaking, participation, and financing, and it aims to increase equitable access to and control over resources by women and girls in all of their diversity. It's not a cute title, but we call it our Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy. And because it's a bureaucratic policy, it has terrible acronyms. So it was adopted in June 2017. So it's been in place for quite some time. And it really places gender equity and empowerment of women and girls at the heart of our Canadian international assistance efforts. We recognize that they're more vulnerable to climate impacts, but they're also equal agents of change. So this includes ensuring that in the provision of our climate finance and our official development assistance, 80% of projects must integrate gender equality considerations. We continuously work to expand, deepen, scale, and replicate significant gender results within and across partner institutions, funds, and programs to achieve this transformative change. Comme exemple, Canada est membre de la francophonie et fier de supporter l'Institut de la francophonie pour le développement durable.
Francófono through the contribution and funding.
Supporter of la francophonie, and we provide training and support to francophone women negotiators across our climate negotiations. Domestically, we also have a number of key policies and initiatives in place that are actively contributing to gender and environmental policies. We apply an intersectional lens across our policymaking at all levels to ensure that factors that may disproportionately heighten vulnerability to climate change, such as gender, sex, and other intersecting identity factors, such as age, race, ethnicity, mental or physical disability, income, and region of residence, are accounted for in climate policy. We've had a lot of conversations about this across our bilateral partners, and I've had the pleasure to have done a bit of a more in-depth conversation that was hosted by the CCAC on this I think it was a couple of years ago. I hate to say that. We also ensure that we do incorporate this into our funding decisions domestically. So when we go through our budget process, every single budget ask in Canada requires that we do something called a gender-based analysis. So where we have to really look into the design and practices of our own budget process and how we factor in that gender lens. I'm going to give you another real-world example. So we recently introduced our 2030 emissions reduction plan, which was informed by our GBA+, which shows how climate change overlaps with a number of the social issues that I outlined here. And our climate plan explicitly looked at which groups were disproportionately impacted and underrepresented in the transition to a low-carbon economy, which included women. Canada is not without its challenges, and there is more that we can do. And the intersections of gender, climate, and air quality are complex. Knowledge, data, and capacity gains continue to exist in ensuring gender-responsive action. Today, we are excited to launch a new joint project between the CCAC and Oxfam Canada, I'm so sorry, Oxfam America. usually, anyways, it's nice to defer to Canada for once, which is a major step towards making super pollutant mitigation efforts more inclusive and equitable by bridging critical knowledge gaps on gender impacts, supporting a just transition, and ensuring the scaling of super pollutant action benefits all communities with dedicated guidance, resources, and policy briefs, which will be made available to all. First, we're going to hear from keynote speaker Dr. Shonali Pachori, research group leader at the International Institute for Applied System Analysis on the Energy, Climate, and Environment Program, whose work on justice and equity considerations in climate mitigation policy is transforming thought leadership around the world. Then we will have a panel moderated by Rachel Carr, policy advisor working on short-lived climate pollutants and climate justice at Oxfam America, which will delve into the gender considerations across SLP sectors. So thank you. And Dr. Pachori, I welcome you to the stage.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. It's a real honor to have this opportunity to present in front of you here today. I have some slides. I hope they can come up. Basically, I'm going to be talking not just about gender equity, but equity more broadly. And of course, gender equity is a critical component of that. But yes, I'd like to start off by basically telling you a little bit about the work that we are doing in this space, and particularly about how we have developed a new framework to develop a common vocabulary around justice and equity. Because we talk about justice, we talk about equity, we talk about fairness, but we all have different definitions of these terms. And of course, we have different normative stances in terms of how we are thinking about this. And for that reason, I'm going to talk a little bit basically about that as well. So to get right into it, I'll basically focus on three things during my talk. One is why equity matters. Second, I'll talk a little bit about this new framework we've developed to develop a common vocabulary. And then I'll talk a little bit about gender responsive approaches to CP mitigation. So to get right into it, why equity matters. And here, you know, we've seen, of course, a lot of us have already heard in the last couple of days, and we know from our own work, the urgency of reducing emissions. We've talked about that extensively over the last days. And we know that we need to do this fairly. I mean, this is clearly what we all want. We've talked a lot about the multiple benefits approach. And while we've talked a lot about health and climate benefits and air quality benefits, we don't always talk about the equity benefits of these policies. And equity is a very important benefit, co-benefit of policies that address mitigation of air pollutants and climate greenhouse gases. Of course, it's more challenging to design policies that then also deliver on the equity benefits. But of course, if we don't do that, there's a huge missed opportunity. So, you know, there's definitely a reason to also think about these equity concerns when we're designing policies. So when we think about why equity matters, there are sort of several reasons why we think about this. Of course, we've heard already about the disproportionate impacts. There are certain groups that are more vulnerable. Women and young children are often amongst those groups, but then there are also indigenous populations and so on who are more vulnerable. And when we talk about fairness and responsibility, we often also see that those who are polluting the most actually are not the ones who suffer the most. And so there's a whole equity issue around that. We've also seen from research that the effectiveness of policy can be enhanced if we actually take equity into concern, right? So you improve the social acceptability predictability of policies, you improve the effectiveness of policies by taking equity into account. And of course, there are global justice issues around climate mitigation, around climate adaptation, and those are, of course, critical also. So when we think about those who contribute and those who are affected or impacted the most by emissions, we know that there's a huge inequity here. And we've seen already from work from the IPCC, the latest assessment, this graph that really illustrates how countries, these are nations, each dot is a nation, and it basically illustrates how those who are causing the most emissions actually are the least impacted, and those who cause the least emissions are the most impacted. So there's really, a triple injustice embedded in there, because those who do the least in terms of causing the emissions impacted the most, and they have the least capacity also to address things because, they are the least developed often. We've done other work where we've basically done similar analysis at a national level. So this is an example of work we've done for India, where we focus really on PM 2.5 pollution. And there we've looked at income groups. So on the x-axis, you have deciles of income from the poorest to the richest. And what you see actually in that analysis is that if you account for all PM 2.5 emissions from household activity, both direct and indirect, the poorest cause the least emissions, but they are impacted the most in terms of the health burden from pollution. So here again, the inequity is very visible. Now I'll talk a little bit about this new framework we've developed. Why have we developed this new framework? It's basically because, as I mentioned before, we talk about justice, we talk about equity, we talk about fairness, but everyone's talking about different things and there's no common vocabulary around this. And so this new framework tries to develop this common vocabulary that can then be used with science and research to speak the same language. And I won't go into all the details of the framework, but I provide the references there for those of you who are interested in learning more about it. But basically, when we're talking about justice, we're talking about different forms of justice, areas of justice. There are spatial aspects and temporal aspects of justice, right? So when we're talking about spatial aspects, are you talking at the local scale, international? It's very different when we're talking about these different things. And with this temporal scale as well, are you taking intergenerational equity into account or not? So these things really are very different. I'll focus a little bit about distributive justice because this is what we often talk about when we're talking about equity. And here again, it's the metrics or the currencies that are investigated that matter. So are you talking about, what is it that you're distributing? Is it utility? Is it welfare? Is it well-being? Is it resources? It matters what is being investigated. And then it also matters what kind of patterns of justice you're talking about. So again, here you can be talking about a utilitarian pattern where you're maximizing total welfare. You could be talking about an egalitarian pattern where you're talking about equal shares for everyone. And I mean, I've included other examples there. I won't go into the details about this, but there are many different patterns of justice, and it's important to be clear about which ones you're talking about and which ones are important in different settings. In addition to distributive justice, we are often very concerned about procedural justice. And this is really about who is involved, how are processes designed. Are they inclusive? Are they allowing for partnership? Are they letting the people with the lowest or the smallest voices have that voice? These are important aspects. And it's also about who has access to the knowledge to the tools, to the methods that we are using in terms of addressing these issues. So procedural justice is again a very important component of justice. And it's important again to be clear about what we're talking about when we talk about these things. So now I'll focus a little bit in the next few minutes about some key challenges in terms of being gender responsive in our policies that address climate pollutants, air pollutants. And here again, you know, when we're talking about gender disparities and addressing these through SLCP mitigation, why is it that this matters? I mean, again, here we know that SLCPs, the pollutants that are emitted, black carbon, others, methane, and so on, they are really affecting the livelihoods, especially for the most vulnerable, yes? And women and girls are often the most impacted because they are also the ones who are socially responsible for activities that are cause or sort of leading to that vulnerability. And gender-sensitive policies really can improve both air quality and, of course, cause equitable outcomes. So again, that's why we want to really focus on equity and gender equity in particular when we are talking about designing such policies. It's also important to understand that women and girls are often affected a lot, not just because of sex-based differences in terms of the pollution impacts, but also because of gendered roles. And I've talked about this already. You know, it's not only just saying, oh, okay, the health impacts are the largest on women, so we need to design policies to address these gender differences in terms of the health impacts, but we really need to think about how we're going to change society so that these gendered roles are changing, because that's also part of the problem. And so that's really something that we need to take into account. How some examples of like how women are differentially impacted. We know that women and children in many regions face more exposure to household air pollution, and the health impacts, of course, vary by sex. Often older women are more impacted. And this is another example that I have there of work that we've done for South Africa, where we looked at policies to improve access to clean cooking and electrification in households. And what we found is really quite striking, that electrification alone doesn't help. You have to have clean cooking. And, you know, people think, oh, we electrify people and that's all solve the problem. But that doesn't solve the problem. You have to have clean cooking access as well. And you can improve women's health significantly, particularly women's health and women of African descent. So race matters as well, significantly by policies that address both clean cooking and electricity access. And so overall, you have a 4% improvement by 2030 in overall health, but disproportionately women of African descent are benefited by such policies. Now, when we think about considerations of gender in SLCP sectors, there are three sectors that really stand out. First is household energy, which I've talked about a little bit already, but then also agriculture and rice cultivation and waste management. And so I'll spend just a few minutes that I have remaining to talk a little bit about these. So when we talk about the household energy sector, of course, the challenges we have are that traditional cooking fuels produce black carbon and methane. These have health, climate, and air pollutant impacts. Women are disproportionately exposed, as I've mentioned before, but then also women have limited decision-making power, right? So you may have a clean cooking policy, but if women can't decide on buying a clean stove, then that doesn't benefit them. So solutions are really we've seen in research that women-headed households are more likely to buy stoves. So empower women, yeah? Give them that decision-making power. And then also we've seen that social policies matter. So like if you have a collective action, that helps a lot. So, women talk to other women, women network with other women, and this helps also. So this is another way to do it. And of course, there's a example of CCAC's action in this area as well, which I think Dana can say much more about. The next is agriculture and rice cultivation, where again, we see that rice cultivation is a major methane emitter. Women farmers are often involved in this, but they don't have access to finance. They don't have access to smart technologies or the knowledge to address this. Women perform much more of the cultivation and the post-harvesting, but then again, they are just not able to receive less of the training and so on and so forth. Here again, there are solutions, and I've highlighted a couple of solutions there that really can make a difference. And this is sort of important to keep in mind as we go forward. Finally, in the waste management system, again, we see informal waste picking activities. Women are very much involved. Landfills are a major source of black carbon and methane, again, with major health impacts. And again, there's limited decision-making power. I mean, this is again where we're talking about the social norms that need to change. But then, yes, there are solutions. We've seen cases where things have improved a lot. You can formalize the informal waste sector. You can have programs that really do try to address women in this sector as well. And again, there are case examples from CCAC's own work in this space. I'm going to wrap up now. I know we have a very exciting discussion panel as well. And I want to end with really a call for action because, we've been talking about equity and justice and gender inequality in this space for a long time now. And I think people are very well aware of what the issues are. But we're not going to make a change in terms of impact unless we really do the following 4 or 5 things. One is we really need to have much more research, education, and outreach on differentiated SLCP impacts. So it doesn't matter that in aggregate you have that many impacts. We need to know by sex, by age, by race, by class, what are those impacts, right? And we need to systematically address those concerns. This requires disaggregated data collection, which we don't do enough. So that's another very important aspect that we need to be addressing. And then finally, we need to have dedicated funding for those projects that really do take into account equity. Yeah, that's a critical component. And I know there are people here who will talk about that. And it's really exciting to see the work that's happening in this space now. And then finally, basically, we really need to kind of mainstream equity concerns in all the work that we do. So, I mean, I really leave you with that call for action, and thank you very much for your attention. I have a few resources on my last slide, and so any of you who are interested in the work that we do, you could please have a look at some of these papers, and I'm available to have further discussions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Very pleased to join you today. I'd like to invite our panelists up as well. We're going to have a lively conversation digging into more of what it looks like to practice gender transformative approaches to super pollutants. Please join me on stage. First, thank you very much to Andrea and Shanali for those powerful remarks. I think it's an excellent framing for our conversation today. I'm pleased to introduce our panelists. So to my left, we have Stephanie Montero from the Clean Air Institute. We have Stefania Abakerli from the World Bank. We have Ana Maria Carreño from CLASP. We have Beatriz Cardenas from the World Resources Institute, and Carlos Silva Filo from ISWA. So thank you all very much for being here, and I'm looking forward to learning more about your work. And to introduce myself briefly and to give some context for our conversation. So my name is Rachel Carl. I work at Oxfam. Oxfam is an NGO. We work in around 80 countries around the world. And our North Star is combating inequality. And it's through this lens of inequality that I lead our work on super pollutants. Oxfam has worked on super pollutants for over a decade now. We have published research making the case that super pollutant mitigation is a critical pathway for development and for poverty alleviation. We push for ambitious and just commitments on super pollutants at the international and national levels, including NDCs. And in addition to this advocacy work, we lead programs with a network of truly thousands of grassroots partners. This work looks like working with smallholder rice farmers in Vietnam, working with communities living near fossil fuel projects in Ghana, working with waste pickers in Jordan, working with women in informal settlements on clean cooking in Kenya. The list goes on. Our approach at Oxfam is to ensure that our global advocacy is informed by the experiences of communities on the front lines of these issues. So as was mentioned, I'm thrilled to announce that we are undertaking a partnership with the CCAC this year on gender transformative action on super pollutants. This is an opportunity to really understand and highlight the existing work on gender and super pollutants, some of which we'll hear about today. Understand the gaps and barriers, and what you in this room and beyond really need in order to do your work. We are developing a guidance document and policy briefs and really look forward to this opportunity to better equip policymakers and civil society to think about gender in everything we do. So thank you very much to the CCAC for your commitment to gender equality and for this partnership. And an invitation genuinely to everyone in this room. If you have experiences integrating gender in your work, we want to hear from you. This initiative will be as good as the consultations and participation that we have. So please do find me, do find CCAC Secretariat staff. Your perspective really matters. There was a lot of really good framing, so I won't repeat all the reasons why we need to care about gender in our work, except to say that super pollutants are the emissions of our everyday lives, right? At its core, this work is about the food we grow, cook, eat, and dispose of. It's about heating, cooling, lighting our homes. It's about where we live, work, and play in the industries outside our door. And everything about our everyday lives is impacted by systems of inequality, including gender inequality. So in order to develop good policies, we have to respond to that reality. Everything we do, every policy and program we put forward on super pollutants has the opportunity to either further entrench inequality or to actively combat it. There's very little about our work that can be truly neutral. So the stakes are high. Your attention today really matters, and we are going to move from conversation into action. So I hope this conversation can just be the beginning of many more to come over the course of this conference. This is an opportunity to truly improve people's lives, to not just combat the climate crisis, but to promote economic justice, gender justice, health, safety, to listen to the leadership of women and gender diverse people who are on the front lines of these issues and already leading the way to a better and more equitable future. So as I said, we're going to move from yesterday's big picture conversations into the nitty-gritty. We're going to hear real stories, experiences, challenges, and what it means to practice a gender transformative approach in our work. So I'll start with a broad question to each of the panelists, and we can just start to my left, of where do you see gender considerations in your work?
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask a question to the audience before I start my intervention. So if your day were 3 hours shorter, this is that it lasted 21 hours instead of 24 hours, which activities would you sacrifice to adapt? So could you raise your hand if you would give up time from work? Exercise? Sleep? Time with your family and friends? Yes. So think about how this would change your life and those people around you. 3 hours a day was the time that women saved as a result of a clean cooking pilot in Guatemala, a project supported by the Inter-American Development Bank and UK Aid in 2 communities in Guatemala to transition from firewood cooking to electricity. This is by providing electric appliances, but also an alternative for tortilla making. So they were able to buy tortillas from local vendors. Tortillas, for those who don't know, are one of the main food staples in Central America. And 35% of these women invested this time in income-generating activities. The project's success is evident in the nearly 90% adoption rate of electric appliances, and more than 90% of households continued buying tortillas instead of making them. And we believe time savings it was the key driver of this success, as it significantly improves the quality of life while creating more opportunities for work, study, sleep, and so on. So currently, 1 in 4 people in Central America and up to 90% in rural areas rely on polluting fuels for cooking. Most of them are women. And even though women in Central America have higher education attainment in the region, they have less participation in the economy. And in rural areas, women spend 2.5 times more hours on unpaid domestic work than men. So we believe this is a major barrier to develop or to engage in productive activities, and also is like a barrier to get out of poverty. In this same success story, we had several benefits. We were impressed with a shift in gender roles. It was seen that in 20% of households, men started cooking So that was impressive. Almost all women perceived improved health. And by the end of the project, 80% of women were willing to invest in electric appliances, providing data on affordability and long-term adoption. So we wouldn't have these insights if researchers hadn't included these indicators and conducted surveys and focus groups before, during, and after this project. And that's why I believe CCA's gender strategy to mainstream gender equity and women's empowerment in all funded projects is so important. So now what we would like to do next is, in collaboration with the regional authorities, with the SICA, this is the Central American Integration System, authorities together with member states, PAHO, UNEP, and CCAC, we aim to scale up this project to other communities in the region, but also to develop a regional strategy to transition for a just and inclusive transition to clean cooking in Central America. So in this way, we would cover we will have like a top-down and bottom-up approach, and gender mainstreaming would be key in the success of this project. Thank you.
I just want to go back first to Martina point, after saying thank you for the invitation, Rachel, thank you. Before saying how, why? Because we are half of the world. Hello, right? Is there any other justification why we need to do it? And there is another bigger issue actually at play, because not doing it is proving that we are reversing gains and development. No matter what each and us are, or all of us are doing here in this room and beyond it, not ensuring that women can bring up front the knowledge, the capabilities, but also another point, which is the networks, is really reversing development and gains. And we have, within the World Bank, we are doing more and more research and finding out more and more about that. And now the problem is that it's compounded. It's not only the systemic discrimination and it's everything else that women and girls and other vulnerable parts of society have been facing for forever, but also this now being compounded by what we call the triple C's, right? The conflict, the crisis, with the problems of economic growth and etc., and climate. So my dear friends, we do this work because we are half of it. So I think that's something it's a perspective we should never, when we talk about disaggregating data, men and women, it's just because it should be natural to us. And that's why at the World Bank, gender is not a checklist. Gender is a drive. And gender is, we look at it, as Martina, you were saying, and Dr. Shanali, you were saying, is about relationships. Of course, that within these relationships, some parts of the relationships are doing far worse than others, and we need to make sure that we put more attention to that without undermining the other part, because it can also have backlashes here. And here, another point I want to raise before I get into just briefly talking about the World Bank's work on this, is to talk about the approach. We have to be very careful about not to victimize women and girls and etc. And also to continue stereotyping the solutions based on this notion that women are very good as the stewards of families and communities. So these are some really traps we need to be very careful about when we talk, and we have put a lot of thinking about that. So the World Bank gender is tagged, meaning that every single activity we carry on, and the World Bank is the largest multilateral development agency in the world financing climate, since this is the subject of the conference, every single activity we do is what we call gender tag. So you have to look at this, again, as an integral part of it. It's something that you do without even thinking. It's not, oh, where is my gender action plan? No, 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 no. It's integral to the investments and everything we do. That's one. So the World Bank, we have last year when President Ajay Banga joined the bank in June 2023, we are already in 2024, 5, oh God. Okay, so when President Ajay Banga joined the World Bank in June 2023, he expanded the World Bank mission to a world free of poverty on a livable planet. And there are some fundamentals into that. And one is, of course, the climate agenda. And within climate, there are some very specific topics, like, for instance, methane and the super pollutants is super fundamental for the reasons Dr. Shunali has said, and you, Rachel, as well. This is coming out of our daily life. But also issues like gender equality. We are now fundamentally looking at outcomes. So it's not only how much lending, how much financing, how much technical assistance, advisory, policy support, but what is coming out of it. And the results we see are phenomenal when we have everybody around the table. So in our gender strategy, there are a couple of things there that I would like to very quickly mention, which is basically the focus we have is what we are calling supporting at scale. And that's another thing I would like to mention, is really, and that's why I was mentioning about women's networks. We need to be far better in coming together to get things at scale. It's not one community, one cooperative, one whatever at a time. It's the scale of action. So we are looking at how to support at scale what we call the foundational well-being, economic participation, and women leadership in development. And by talking about development, we are talking about climate action. We are doing this through basically, our objective is to improve the participation decision-making. And again, it's not the decision-making only about your households and family, it's decision-making more broadly. One data is fascinating. It's not only women on the ground, but also the high decision makers. Of the 1,000 influential scientists in the world, only 120 are women. 30% of the papers from IPCC are authored by women. There are a lot of things to do at every single, so that's for all of us working on getting the other 50% in. It's at every single scale that needs to be done. Please, it's not only at the bottom, which is fundamental. Is urgent, but is at every single scale. So this is one. Then we are very much focused on services, on jobs, on bringing women into the entrepreneurship. We see situations in countries, I'm not going to name, but a country where the brother and the sisters go to school, but then the girl, she has to drop. She cannot follow on because she has to go back to take care of the elders and the land. But then what are the solutions? In this case, we also need to be more smarter, right? We collect the data. What is the solution to that? We need to change the way we work. So often what we do, we put the jobs in the capital city. We change. In the bank, we have several projects that we are no longer doing this. We are using the data in an intelligent way to say, okay, the solution in this case is to bring the job to the doorsteps. Is to make sure that they can fulfill some social norms that they want to continue because they think it's valuable to them, and we have to respect in this case. But then we can also fulfill their future aspirations. And we change the way we do development in this case by bringing the jobs and looking at the entrepreneurship and other dimensions, and it's phenomenal. And with that, you also need to bring the services, education, and I want to say something about time. That's also something that we always think we don't think about very much. We had a project in Vietnam on rice cultivation, which is the Vietnam low methane rice cultivation, so sustainable agriculture transformation that closed in 2020. And one of the things that the people, they said is, we used to work, before the project, we used to work 12 hours in the rice paddies. There was no life. Now we are working 7 hours because we provide them with refrigerators. It was an integrated package. They are doing 7 hours, and then we ask what they are doing with the other 5 hours. They say, well, first we spend time with our families. Second, I do nothing. I just take a nap after lunch, right? I am a human being. You raise the dignity. You are a human being. You are not anymore a machine or something else. And third, I'm earning and I'm doing my own business with my friends. So I just want to give these thoughts, share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Rachel, for the introduction. I'll answer the question on gender considerations building on Dr. Shanali's presentation, because we'll look at these from the policy framework perspective as well. We at CLASP work on climate mitigation through appliance efficiency policy. And of course, we have a framework to measure the impacts of the policies. And in general, we measure greenhouse gas emission savings, we measure energy savings, we measure consumer savings. But more and more policymakers are asking us to measure the impacts and the benefits of these policies on vulnerable populations. South Africa in particular, Brazil policymakers as well have asked us to measure impacts and benefits of these policies regarding equity, regarding unemployment, and regarding energy poverty as well. So I think it's important for us to consider what are those gender considerations in this framework. And I think there are two main considerations, especially when we are talking about cooling and access to cooling. Lack of access to cooling based on gender considerations, and energy poverty as well, based on energy considerations. And why is that? And I think some of the speakers here have talked about this as well. In general, women are at risk from health-related impacts because they carry the burden of household chores, and this is something that you talk about, because they represent a large portion of informal employment, as we are aware, and because there is still a gender pay gap and women continue to earn less than men. So I just wanted to illustrate these points looking at the example in Brazil. In Brazil, 44% of Brazilian workforce are women. When we are talking about domestic labor, 90% of domestic labor are women. In Brazil, there is a gender pay gap. In general, half of the households are headed by a woman. Women earn less. On average, a household that is held by a woman earns $500. When we are talking about cooling access, a household that has access to cooling, a household that can pay for an air conditioner, that can pay for an electricity bill, for using an air conditioner earns 5 times more. So you can already see the cooling access gap based on those gender considerations. So for us, moving forward, it's going to be important to think about how improving efficiency of cooling equipment and policies that drive that at the same time have to consider improving affordability and improving access so that we can close that cooling gap. And I'll end there.
Thank you for the invitation and for being in this discussion. I will focus I will say that WRI is committed to. We have now a new strategy focused on people, nature, and climate. And of course, if we are talking about people, half of the people are women, so we have to focus on that and recognizing also the inequity that we see. So I'm going to focus the example as an example of what we have been doing on the transport sector, and that's not a sector that Dr. Shanali mentioned, but I think it's important. Like if we look at and consider again the opportunity to reduce short-lived climate pollutants through transport, right? Heavy-duty vehicles, for instance. But if you consider there's people who have been working on transport have been focusing also on gender and equity issues for a while, right? But now the intersection is what is the impact of air pollution or exposure to air pollution, in particular to black carbon, particulate matter, nitrogen, NOx, and PM 2.5, right, that are emitted by transport. So if you look at that, is I think that the question is of the accessibility of safe transport. Who has access to transport? We know there's a lot of information about the gap of who is having access to a good transport, and women are not having always a good access to transport, right? Where do the transport gets? But if you look at the exposure, I think this is very important because women are because of the role or care given, they are using, we know in many of the data that we have, is that women are using mostly public transportation and they are using non-motorized modes. So how they are exposed when they walk or when they use public transportation. And we also know for a while that women are demanding safer public transportation, right? Because of all the harassment, because of all the issues that we know. So if you look at this perspective, like if we want to connect climate, access to clean air and access to good transportation, this is the best way of making the analysis. So first of all, is just recognizing what are the data gaps. We have talked about the disaggregated data. Yes, in transport, there is also a lot of lack of disaggregated data of who is using the transport, where, what, how impacted women are with respect to air pollution. And then when you find the solutions, then you can identify what are the ways of reducing that gap. So clean transportation, clean in the sense of not only CO2 zero, but clean in terms of zero emissions of black carbon, particulate matter, and NO2 is important, and how women will be benefit, and girls, right? So we have been working on that. We also have identified, for instance, that based on the jobs roles, like women in some areas of the world, let's say some cities in India and indoor, for instance, they are sweeping the streets. So they are exposed to this resuspension of this particulate matter when they are sweeping. So it's important. Women who are police, they are exposed to high levels of concentration of pollutants when they are exposed and working outside. Street vendors and people who live nearby roads. So they will be the most benefit when you implement a solution that is reducing not only CO2, but is reducing black carbon, is reducing NO2, and is reducing particulate matter. So if you see from that perspective, when you bring the solutions, then you can add that co-benefit that was always there. It's just bringing more in the front. And also in the decision making. I mean, there are some solutions that we have been considering as good for cleaning the air, low emission zones, for instance. The question is, what are the benefits or what are the impacts, particularly for women? Have they been considered in these decisions? Have the people living in that area that you will have the restriction being considered? So more and more we are trying to first sit together in this intersectional and transdisciplinary approach, the experts of transport, the experts of gender and equity with these frameworks that we need. Definitely we need to learn more and also to use this type of frameworks to talk more directly and clearly among us, and also bring the component of climate and air quality. And that's why working on super pollutants brings all that benefit. So I will say that there is a lot of work on the transport, particularly on the heavy duty vehicles, a lot of opportunity. And I think that about the metrics, right? It's not only emission being reduced, it's who will be benefit the more by reducing this exposure that we all know that is disproportionately. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here joining this panel. I'm really flattered to be invited. Thank you, Martina and Dana, for this kind invitation. And here we have true proof of gender balance. I'm the minority here, as you can see. And I come from the waste sector, as Rachel mentioned. I am the former president of ISVA. I was the president from 2020 to 2024. And the waste sector is, I would say, a male predominant industry still nowadays. And this is something that I tried to revert during my presidency. I tried to really raise the awareness about the importance of a gender-balanced industry for many, many reasons. And we heard during Dr. Shanali's presentation why it's important to highlight these more female presence in better waste management. And I like it very much, Rachel. One thing you mentioned during the opening is that super pollutants are emissions from our daily lives. We're not talking about forests. We are not talking about fossil fuel industry. We are talking about daily lives and people's lives. And I want to highlight here during this first round, one of the most recent UN General Assembly resolutions that was approved in 2022, stating that the right for a clean and healthy environment is a basic human right. And if we want to fulfill this right, if we want to deliver this right, we need to work together. We need to bring everybody on board. And to work together means inclusion. To work together means to have better equity, to bring all on board. And on that sense, coming back to the waste industry, when we were preparing the Global Waste Management Outlook 2024 that was launched as a joint publication between ISVA and UNEP, we researched the influence of women on the waste management system. And it starts, I would say, as the decision-making process for household consumption. In many societies, this decision is taken by women. So when you have this decision on how and what to purchase and on the frequency of purchase, it impacts directly in terms of waste generation. Because we must understand that waste is a social externality. It's something that really comes from our, I would say, basic existence. Then we go through the preparation and usage of the products we purchase. And usually it's also led by women. Then we have the household organization. It's commonly also led by women. So if we want to transform the way we deal with waste, if we want to really implement the waste hierarchy starting with prevention and then reuse and then really source separation to promote better recycling, we need to bring women to a more prominent role, because the starting point is really led by women. So one point I want to stress and highlight is that unfortunately we don't have data disaggregated about women's role in the waste sector. We still don't have it. We are still missing those specific data, as we heard that we have in some other sectors. For waste, we don't have it. So in 2018, we, as the ISVA board, decided to establish one task force called Women of Waste. This task force was mandated to, let's say, develop some sectoral assessment. And the first result of this survey brought data from 1,000 women that was interviewed across 73 countries, and shows that 51.6% of the respondents work in waste prevention, reuse, and recycling. So really upstream and not and the end of pipe. The majority of the respondents currently work in local governments, 30%, followed by private waste management companies, 14%, and consulting or engineering companies, 13%. So once we had that data, in 2022, we decided to create a new section in our, a new permanent section in our magazine called Waste Management World to highlight women's roles in the waste sector, to really show by example, listening to their stories, listening to their careers and the challenges they have. So this is something that we are really trying to improve, to give more visibility, and to highlight the importance of gender balance and gender inclusion towards better waste management, and for sure this will result in reducing climate pollutions, mostly methane and black carbon. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all. What rich experiences that you bring to this work. I'm going to do my best to sum up some of what was shared. I also want to share that because we didn't have a panelist speaking to the fossil fuel sector, there is such a wealth of knowledge and evidence around the gendered impacts of the fossil fuel sector, the rights of communities living near fossil fuel projects, the economic impacts, impacts on gender-based violence, the impacts on health, of course, and related to health impacts on care work. So really happy to have more conversation about the fossil fuel industry and also encourage us to keep that in mind in our work as well. So a few common threads I noticed, we're talking about gendered considerations in a few different ways. We're thinking about exposure, we're thinking about access, thinking about women's leadership, and also the impacts of projects that may not have taken gender into consideration. I think something that is implied across each of our work, but to make it really explicit, is the intersectionality, right? That women are not a monolithic group, but that poor women are impacted differently. People are impacted by race, class, disability, many identities, and systems of power and inequality. And the two things that I think every single panelist shared were about care work, really understanding women's unpaid and underpaid care work, and also the importance of data. So I think if you take two things away from this, it might be worth writing down those two things. When you go about your work after this conference, can you take a moment, think about how care work plays into it, think about how data plays into it as it relates to gender. So I want us to take Martina's invitation from yesterday to really move from momentum to action and think about the recommendations, right? Part of this initiative between the CCAC and Oxfam is really, what do we recommend? What should people do next? And so from the experiences that you've shared, we'd love to move into, what are one or two recommendations that you might have, maybe specifically for folks who are working in the sector that you spoke to, on how to think about gender transformative action. So let's start from the other side, or whoever feels most ready, but Carlos, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Rachel. I would say just taking these kind of insights of this first assessment a recommendation would be to really try to incentivize new entrepreneurships led by women. So we have here like several industrial sectors, we have MDBs, we have philanthropies, we have finance institutions and funds. So try to identify the best opportunities to improve the waste management, looking through a different perspective, trying to change the paradigm, not the end of pipe solutions anymore, but really upstream solutions. And what we see now is that like those upstream solutions are really being developed and led by women. So let's try to prioritize our investments and our decision in terms of bringing those solutions into practice, really trying to have this a different angle on a more upstream and waste prevention and waste as a resource approach, and not anymore as this linear and end of pipe approach. Thank you.
Well, I would say that we know that there are many solutions, and sometimes we have to challenge these solutions and check if we are considering who is most exposed and who will get the benefits and who will get the worst impacts, right? And how you can change that. I think the solutions are there. We have to be more creative in how to include these disproportionate impacts, and also the lack of decision that sometimes women and girls have. I will say that, I mean, even though I spoke about transport, I think in waste, there's a lot of information, not enough probably, about the gender disaggregated, but what we have seen is that, of course, women are not only impacted in landfills, when in open dumps, and when the waste is being burned. And this is very important. So I think that we also have to look at that. But just considering that the solutions that we have identified, like in transport, I think that first we would like to involve more women in the communities as well in the sector that are designing these solutions, and really challenge if we are considering all the issues, not only reducing emissions, but also identifying who will have the biggest impact. I think this is some challenge that we also have to take. When we only work on climate, we want to reduce big emissions, tons of CO2 equivalent, right? And that's important in surely climate pollutants, but we also know where these emissions will impact the most, who will get more impact if we reduce these emissions. So I think in transport is such a big opportunity. Those who are driving the buses, I mean, there is a lot of work for women drivers, but I think the component of what are the benefits of them, of the workers driving a bus that is cleaner, or a mode of non-motorized mode of transportation. What is the impact if you walk and you do your caregiving chores, for instance? So I will say that let's try to challenge our solutions just to check if they have this framework or equity and gender, and I'm sure that we will get better solutions. Thank you.
From the, we spoke about the lack of access to cooling and closing the cooling gap. And from that perspective, the invitation is to design interventions that are gonna promote closing that gap. I think for policymakers that are here today that are interested in thinking about a specific cooling policy for doing that, cooling efficiency policy is one of the mechanisms. It's a proven tool. It's gonna reduce the cost of cooling on the long term. It's gonna improve affordability. And I think if you speak with colleagues here in Brazil and of course in many places of the world, what we see is that access to cooling is no longer a luxury. It is essential. It is a necessity. So we need to promote policies and interventions that are gonna enable vulnerable communities and people living in the warmer places of the world to have access.
I think we should think more rhizomatic rather than try to create standards and patterns. It's all great. But I think we try to standardize too much life. We are at the moment of a fringe of our own disappearance as people. Planet will be fine. Nature is already taking care of itself. That's why they are turning into extreme events. But I think we need to be a little bit open. Just be open. Diversity is great. Difference is great. Different solutions are absolutely needed. We need to be less rigid. And I'm so proud to be in such an enormous organization like the World Bank that so many people think is monolithic. There are million stars and colors and ideas and solutions. I'm managing this global methane reduction platform for development, CH4D. We are supporting 70 projects in 24 countries. 16 countries, for instance, on livestock. Each country has its own solutions. It's phenomenal. We have the social team working with 4 million women in Nigeria, helping them to empower them further, bringing the climate dimension as a way of bringing sustainability and resiliency to their rice crops. And then we have completely other ideas coming up. That's phenomenal. And everybody keeps asking, what is your taxonomy? There's no taxonomy. There are impacts. People are better. We know the environment is more resilient. People are getting better. There is much less methane in the air through different ways of doing it. So my message is keep it open. Let's be open. Let's ask people, what do you think about it? And welcome differences. And bring all of this together. It's really a rainbow of not 7, but 1,000 colors. And I think we are not there. We are still too obsessed in getting in the, I say this on my behalf, please, not the World Bank.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think there's a key closing remark for all of us. That is, yes, we're here to tackle super pollutants. But gender equity is also important, and as Shonali mentioned, it is key for the success of mitigation measures. And in terms of household energy sector, I believe that we have to start thinking out of the box. No, during the marketplace, we presented this project proposal for the Sika region. And I've heard that before, but it was mentioned a lot by people that went past, saying that women kept on using firewood for cooking because it was part of their culture, or it's how the food tastes, no? And really, I think we have to ask ourselves who is making that decision? And on the other hand, if they have had the opportunity to experience another reality or even imagine another reality. So I think, as they've mentioned, we have to ask women, and create these opportunities for them to experience another reality. Thank you. And thank you, CCAC, for the invitation.
Amazing. As each of you was speaking, I was thinking of something Audre Lorde once said, which is that there's no such thing as a single issue struggle because we do not live single issue lives, right? So understanding people's whole lives, different identities and experiences of inequality leads to better work and a better world. So we have some homework here in the recommendations from our brilliant panelists. I appreciated that Stephanie started us with some participation at the start, right? Raising our hands of what would we do with 3 hours less in our day. I want to close with a brief moment of participation as well. So I'd ask you to turn to 1 or 2 people near you and share in one sentence, one step that you might be able to take in the role that you have, the power that you have, the decisions that you make, to think about gender in your work when you leave this conference. So I'll give us just 2 minutes, but please do just one sentence to a person on your left or right.
Sí, sí, sí. Yo soy de Brasil, Portugal.
30 more seconds. All right. I'll bring us back. I hope that was just a snippet of conversations that can continue throughout today. Thank you again to the panelists for sharing your incredible experiences and wisdom from different sectors and different approaches to this work. And thank you again to the CCAC for your commitment to gender equality and your partnership. I'll ask Dana to please come up to the stage to share some final remarks. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone. Yes, I'm really, really happy that we had this session here today, and thank you all so much for very thought-provoking statements, and I think we really saw the breadth of expertise across super pollutant sectors. So thank you so much for a really insightful panel. I just want to leave us with a few concluding remarks today. When I joined the CCAC 3 years ago, I took on implementing our gender strategy. And I had served as a gender focal point in Canada's Trade Commissioner Service before. Implementing gender analysis, yes, because of very strong justice and equity concerns, but also because it was good for the economy. And as many of us pointed out today, women's full participation in policies and programs is good for growth, for competitiveness, and for innovation, for solutions. And we really know how critical this is today as well. It's not always an easy thing to implement gender-based policies. You're at times met with skepticism, a lack of understanding, and sometimes audible sighs at doing additional work in funding proposals and grant analysis, and etc. But this work is really critical, and it's not a tick box exercise. And I'm really thrilled to see the enthusiasm that we have on this stage and really the depth of knowledge that we have. And when I started implementing this work, I was a bit worried we were starting from scratch in building a community of knowledge, a community of practice, of capacity support. But I really think that today shows us otherwise. And the CCAC as a partnership really has a strong wealth of knowledge on this topic and really strong leaders on gender equality and really strong women leaders and voices at scientific, policy, and political levels. So it's really been a privilege to work with you all on this agenda. And I think it's really important to make sure these voices are heard and valued in the super pollutant agenda moving forward. Our coalition recognizes that climate change and air pollution do not impact everyone equally, and women, men, and gender diverse people experience these challenges in very different ways, which is why we launched the CCAC gender strategy at COP27, at the time under the leadership of former Swedish Environment Minister Romina Pourmokhtari. And this strategy has provided a roadmap for embedding gender considerations into policy development, capacity building, and technical assistance across our partnership. In 2022, we undertook an important step by introducing gender criteria into our funding framework, ensuring that all CCAC-supported projects assess and address gender equalities, and we see some of that reflected on the stage today. We've seen the impact in action in the waste sector. Women entrepreneurs are turning organic market waste into valuable resources, reducing methane emissions while strengthening local economies. In agriculture, gender-responsive business models are ensuring that both women and men in the rice sector can access carbon markets and be fairly compensated for their work, contributing to methane reductions. And within the CCAC itself, we've made strides towards gender parity, including on our scientific advisory panel, and ensuring that women's expertise is helping shape the future of climate and clean air solutions. But we know that more is needed, and that's why I'm really excited as well about our new partnership with Oxfam. And we do really welcome your collaboration in this effort, which is really taking a practical approach to addressing a persistent gap in climate and cleaner action, which is the lack of dedicated tools, resources, and funding to scale up gender-responsive solutions. Equally important, this project is about building momentum for long-term change, and through targeted capacity initiatives, from workshops to high-profile events, including at New York Climate Week this year, we're ensuring that gender equality remains at the forefront of climate discussions, not just today, but in every conversation about super pollutants moving forward. Yesterday in the opening plenary, Martina said that when we speak about achieving co-benefits, we need to think about which co-benefits and for whom. And listening to our panelists today, that has really never been more clear. And at a minimum, we need to be careful that our policies and program interventions don't take us backwards in the pursuit of gender justice, that they do no harm. This is an ethical obligation that requires data, knowledge, and capacity on this topic. But at best, gender equality can be a co-benefit of super pollutant action and a really cost-effective way to make good across SDGs. So through this partnership, we are taking a significant step towards that goal. And on a final point, I think it's clear that the super pollutant agenda is really reaching new heights. This annual meeting is really a testament to that. And we're really, really, really happy about that. But having more and more stakeholders, governments, funders, and NGOs coming on board is a real opportunity to integrate this important lens into our activities and make investments with gender equality impact. Super pollutants account for half of warming, and as Stefania mentioned, women are half of humankind. So I want to thank all of you, our partners, our experts, and advocates for your dedication to this work, and thank you so much for participating in this session as well. Thank you. Someone from my team will have announcements about what's next today. There's coffee. It's coffee break time.
Re-energize for the morning and the rest of the day with some coffee is always important.
To raise the roof and have some fun. Throw away the work to be done. Let the music play on. Everybody sing we dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We gonna party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. People dancing all in the streets. See the rhythm all in their feet. Life is good, wild and sweet. Let the music play on. Feel it in your heart and feel it in your soul. Let the music take control. We're going to party, lavish, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along all night long, all night, all night, all night, all night long, all night, oh yeah. see her cry for help? Why don't I feel her cry for help? Why don't I hear her cry for help? Wander around the streets of this town, trying to find the sense of it all. The rain on my face, it covers a trace of all the tears it had to waste. Why must we hide emotions? Why must we never break down and cry? All that I need is to cry for help. Somebody please hear me cry for help. All I can do is cry for help. Cry for help is all I need. All I need is cry for help. Cry for help is all I need. All I need is cry for help. Why must we hide emotions? Why must we never break down and cry? All that I need is to cry for help. I will be there when you cry for help. Why don't I hear her cry for help? All that I need is to cry for help. Somebody please hear me cry for help. All I can do is cry for help. It was way past midnight, and she still couldn't fall asleep. This night, her dream was leaving. She tried so hard to keep. And with the new day's dawning, she felt it drift away. Not only for a cruise, not only for a day. Too long ago, too long apart, she couldn't wait another day for the captain of her heart. As the day came up, she made a stop. She stopped waiting for another day for the captain of her heart. she stopped waiting for another day for the captain of her heart, her heart, her heart, the captain of her heart. As the day came up, she made a stop. She stopped waiting another day for the captain of her heart. The captain of her heart. Captain of her heart.
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake, the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming. You are not the single type, but baby, it's the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this love. You don't need a lonely night, baby, I can make it right. You just got to let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple Same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show. Same tape I've had for years. I sit in my old car. Same one I've had for years. Old batteries running down. It ran for years and years. Turn on the radio. The static hurts my eyes. Tell me where I should go. I ain't been out in years. Turn on the stereo. It's played for years and years. I know this red and sun. It's all I own. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Plug in my MCF to exercise my brain. Make records on my own, can't go out in the rain. Pick up the telephone, I've listened here for years. No one to talk to me, I've listened here for years. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When I feel lonely here, don't waste my time with tears. I run deep throat again, it ran for years and years. I don't like the food I eat, the cans are running out. Same food for years and years, I hate the food I eat. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Turn on my VCR, same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show. Same tape I've had for years. Eye to eye, some winners and losers, hurt by envy, cut by greed.
Does it recall the lies? The first cut won't hurt at all. The second only makes you wonder. The third will have you on your knees. You start bleeding, I start screaming. Let's end each other's lonely nights, be each other's paradise. Need a picture for my frame, someone to share my ring. Tell me what you wanna drink, I tell you what I got in mind. Oh, I don't know your name, but I feel that's gonna change. You ain't gonna be my lover, for you to call me baby. Never been under no pressure, ain't that serious? Can we keep each other company? Oh, company. Maybe we can be each other's company. Oh, company. It ain't about the complications, I'm all about the elevation. We can keep it going up. Oh, don't miss out on us. Just wanna have a conversation. Forget about the obligations. Maybe we can stay in touch. All that ain't doing much. You ain't gonna be my lover, for you to call me baby. Never been under no pressure, ain't that serious? Can we keep each other company? Oh, company. Maybe we can be each other's company. Oh, company. Can we keep each other's company? Oh, company. Precious and fragile things need special handling. My God, what have we done to you? We always try to share the tenderest of care. Now look what we have put you through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. angels with silver wings, shooting no suffering. I wish I could take the pain for you. If God has a master plan that only He understands, I hope it's your eyes He's seeing through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. Oh, pray you learn to trust. Have faith in both of us, and give room in your heart for two. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. She told me that I'm not enough, and she left me with a broken heart. She fooled me twice and it's all my fault. She got too deep, now she left me scored. Now there's so many thoughts going through my brain. Now I'm taking these shots like it's Novocaine. Ooh, I fall apart down to my core. Ooh, I fall apart down to my core. Didn't know it before. Surprised when you cut me off guard. On this I'm truly I bought. You was my shorty I thought. Never got a feeling this hard. Harder than the liquor I pour. Tell me you don't want me no more, but I can't let go. Everybody told me so. Feeling like I sold my soul. Devil in a form of a whore. Devil in a form of a whore. You said it. Now you said it. You said it. We'll be together. Ooh, I fall apart. Ooh, I fall apart. Eyes keep pulling and the dream keep flowing. Try to brush it off, but you keep on going. Covered scars and I can't help showing. Weeping in the foreign and the tears keep blowing. Eyes keep dropping and the dream keep flowing. Try to brush it off, but it keeps on going. All these scars can't help from showing. Weeping in the foreign and the tears keep blowing. Ooh, I fall apart. surprised when you caught me off guard. On this journey I bought, you was my shorty I thought.
Clock strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase the blues away. I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, loneliness calls. Ooh. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I've been in love and lost my senses, spinning through the town. Sooner or later the fever ends and I wind up feeling down. I need a man who'll take a chance and a love that burns out enough to last. But when the night falls, a lonely heart calls. Ooh. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie, hurt you. We've known each other for so long, your heart's been aching but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna show you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie, hurt you. We've known each other for so long, your heart's been aching but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never wanna make you cry, never wanna say goodbye, never wanna tell a lie, hurt you. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want more berries and that summer feeling, so wonderful and warm. Breathe me in, breathe me out.
Now it seems to be working as everybody comes back into the room. Thank you very much for being on time. I would like to welcome you to this plenary session on ambitious sector policy to supercharge super pollutant reductions. And yesterday, you know, we looked into commitments, target setting, as countries around the world shared how they went about integrating ambitious super pollutant emission reduction targets into their nationally determined contributions. We looked at national climate plans and development strategies. But how do we take this ambition to action? And this is the context in which we have planted this plenary this morning. We want to focus on the critical role of policy and regulatory frameworks in reducing super pollutants and taking us to the action. And we want to do this across all the key sectors that we deal with in the CCAC. And we will also unpack what has worked and what some of the barriers are that we're facing. And not to take too much away, but we know that it matters that countries have the technical, the financial, and the institutional capacity to devise and to enforce these policies effectively. A well-designed regulatory framework must be fit for purpose, and here we look at the integration of climate and clean air considerations while ensuring that we get to tangible benefits for the end users and the local communities. And here we look at obviously improved public health, increased agricultural productivity, enhanced energy efficiency or energy security, and they can all be powerful incentives for change. And as you know, in the CCAC, collectively, we put a lot of emphasis on strengthening the policy and regulatory frameworks. You know, some of you have benefited from the technical assistance, capacity building, and the knowledge sharing platforms that we've set up through which we support our country partners in refining policies and aligning regulatory measures with national priorities and fostering cross-sector collaboration as well. And through that, we really want to make sure that everybody is able to move from planning to implementation, translating policy into real-world emission reductions as well. And many of you are leading the way already with sustainability policies that deliver these multiple benefits, and look at that across the different sector priorities as well. Now, we will look into the concrete measures, examples across key sectors, and you know those from the CCAC hubs, and we'll really hear from the country partners. But before we get into that, I really want to invite Johan Gyllenstierna, the senior researcher at the Stockholm Environment Institute. You heard from him yesterday already because he's also our SAP member. But really, I'd like to invite Johan to come to the podium and give us an introduction, because obviously SEI is supporting a lot of the countries in these efforts as well. So, Johan, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, can I tee up the slides? Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martina. Good morning to you all. I think you've set up my talk quite nicely there, because I'm going to touch on many of the things that you mentioned. So, first of all, you know, in this session, we're talking about advances in sectoral policy to advance super pollutant mitigation. So one point I'd like to make is that policy really is important, but it's one part of the puzzle that leads to actual implementation, which includes many different steps and many different actors. So I'm briefly going to describe some action being taken in some sectors in Ghana, use an example of actions taken to reduce methane emissions and air pollutants in artisanal palm oil processing. As I said yesterday, we had the privilege to host Daniel Bonifo and Juliana Boateng from the Ghana EPA at our office in York just last month. And we had a discussion about further collaboration and support that we could provide from the Stockholm Environment Institute, because we've been working with the Ghana EPA since 2013, especially in relation to supporting national planning, but now they're moving very much into implementation. And Daniel told us a story which I find very inspiring, and I want to share with you now. And so, just to be clear, this is not my work or our work, this is the work of the people in Ghana, especially led by the Ghana EPA. And if I get anything wrong, I'm sure our Ghana representative here can put me right. So in this slide, you can see the traditional way that palm oil is refined in Ghana. They have these metal vats which are fired by wood and old tires. It's terrible air pollution. The women working in these processing units, they are exposed to high levels of air pollution. And the palm oil that's produced is very low grade. It's not export quality. It therefore doesn't have a very good price. And there's a lot of wastewater that's produced. It's very high in organic matter, and it's stored in ponds, producing an awful lot of methane. And about 70% of the palm oil in Ghana is processed in this way at the moment, releasing a lot of methane into the atmosphere. Hopefully, there we go. So now this is an improved modern artisanal palm oil processing unit that's just been built, and it uses oil palm husks to fire it. It's a lot cleaner, therefore reducing the air pollution and the health impacts. It produces export grade palm oil, and the wastewater is treated in an effluent treatment plant. So the methane emissions are substantially reduced, and the water produced at the end of it is a lot cleaner. So this action is implemented in Ghana, and it's at the fruit of a long journey of integrated strategy development and management of SLCPs in that country. And it's been implemented using Article 6 funding and is part of the National SLCP plan, it's part of the NDC, and the carbon credits are related to the reduction in methane, of course, from the effluent treatment. Bit of a lag. Oh, here we go. So this diagram was put together by my colleague Chris Malley, based on the discussions that we had with Daniel and Juliana when they visited us. And it shows how the sectoral plans, oh, this is going to go slowly. The sectoral plans that we're talking about in this session have led in a number of different projects to action on the ground. So you can see here the important box here, which is the projects. So there are a lot of projects. We heard this yesterday from our representative, from Daniel from Ghana. There's a lot of projects being developed under Article 6. So we've got the palm oil processing. There's also alternate wetting and drying of rice paddy fields, for example. And so these are two examples which are embedded within the SLCP planning. And so the action that we so sorely need to happen here, it does require buy-in from various parts of government to prioritize these actions. And just like Martina said in the introduction here, Daniel told us that if you want to get government to take these actions seriously, you have to really outline the many different benefits that that action can have. Oh. Get there eventually. Okay, so going back 1, 2. So I'm trying to go backwards. Can I go back? Anyway, in the case of palm oil processing, there are lots of different benefits. And eventually I'll show you my list. But first of all, we've got the high-grade palm oil, which is produced. Now, this palm oil is export-grade quality. It is a much higher price. It provides more profits for the artisanal producers. We've got the reduced health impacts, especially amongst the women working there. We've got reduced water pollution. We've got rural development. We've got employment. There's a lot of new jobs being produced because of these. And of course, we reduce the methane emissions. So if we really want to get action, we need to quantify all of the benefits to get the interest of all the government agents to take action. And here's Daniel and Juliana down here who visited us. So going back to the diagram. Get there eventually. Here we go. So just going back to this diagram then. So these projects that we're talking about have been developed through Article 6. And the carbon credits have helped to secure financing of the palm oil processing plants, but the money came from the Ghanaian banks. And what the Article 6 credits have done is de-risk that investment. And then they're prepared to lend the money. And then part of the funding from Article 6 also goes into a mitigation fund, which is in the control of the Ghanaian government and can be used to enhance the capacity of the government, because all of these projects require more personnel, more experienced personnel. So this is a way of embedding that financing in there. And And then further implementation is built in because it's assumed that when these banks, Ghanaian banks, realize that these are actually very safe investments, they will fund them as a normal part of their lending. And the wastewater treatment can be ensured through legislation. Anyway, in this diagram, we have in blue the strategy development process. We've got the SLCP plan right in the center of this diagram. It's related to sectoral plans, it's related to subnational plans. And just down here, this is the quantification that feeds into this whole process and helps to inform the long-term strategy of the NDC and the development of targets and the policies and measures that are required to enhance the projects. So this strategy development process is very important. Now the LEAP tool that the LEAP tool is developed through the Stockholm Environment Institute and they have embedded it within the Ghanaian government. And this is really important. It informs their SLCP strategy, their air quality strategy, their NDC and reporting. So, but that's taken a lot of time and they were using LEAP anyway, even before the CCAC was formed. So they've done very well at embedding that within their government. In yellow, we have the legislation that Martina mentioned is so important. So there is, this year, the new Environmental Protection Act. It explicitly mentions SLCPs. Now this is really important because it then means that action is easier to prioritize. And then in green, we have the different financing mechanisms. So the Ghana EPA has managed to get a very close relationship with the Ministry of Finance. It's taken a long time, but they are now going out together to access this Article 6 funding. And finally, in red, I need to point it the right way. I get there in the end. Technology and me, they don't mix. In red, they also have the monitoring and evaluation. And so it's really important to be able to monitor the progress in implementing action. But this is done mainly for Ghana to understand what it's doing, as well as for international bodies. It's not just to furnish the international bodies. And what Daniel said when he was there is that you need a lot of understanding of these financing mechanisms to make sure that you get the maximum benefit for your country. And certainly the collaboration with the finance ministry really helps understand that and makes them ready to take on this money. So if we want action at scale, we need to develop this system and we need the capacity for it to function properly and develop those benefits for the country. And this institutional capacity needs to be a priority in countries, but also the support that CCAC has delivered. It's really, really important. And so this system, which has now been developed in Ghana, is the result of a lot of hard work and investment over the years. And through the different projects Ghana is developing, through the Article 6, the portfolio amounts to about $1 billion of investment that's been mobilized, both funding through the pledges of Article 6, but also money catalyzed by this investment in Ghana. And that's equivalent to 1% of Ghana's GDP. So this is getting towards some sort of scale that we need to see. Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry. Right, and then just one further thing that we were developing or have developed with Daniel is this detailed planning of what's required for the implementation of action of all of the measures in all of the different sectors. So if you want to understand what needs to happen, you need to know the whole chain of events and all the things, the different steps that need to be taken, and you need to understand what needs to happen at each stage in order to motivate change and who needs to do it. So they've got a detailed plan for all of the measures within their NDC, within their SLCP plan. So So that's the Ghana example. I just want to highlight one other interesting effort that was mentioned by Stefania Abakerli just in the previous session. So I've been really impressed by the way that she's pushed forward the work in the World Bank under CH4D, or the Global Methane Reduction Platform for Development, if I got that right. And this is pushing people in larger multi-billion-dollar investments by the World Bank in agriculture and waste to develop plans to ensure that methane emissions are taken on board. And developing action in sectors to reduce the super pollutants then needs these innovative approaches where we're mixing the finance and the strategic development. And in the case of Ghana and the World Bank, these are two cases where we are seeing that development at scale. And we need to make sure that the systems and institutional capacity is developed if we're going to increase the action in the sectors to reduce super pollutants. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Johan, for this amazing introduction with a very concrete country example. And with that, I'd like to welcome our panelists. You have a really nice lineup that was just there beforehand. And I would like to call our panelists here while I introduce you, so we don't lose too much time. And we have Bruno Brasilia, the Director of Sustainable Production and Irrigation, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in Brazil, and also the co-lead of the Agriculture Hub. Please join me. We have Salala Okot, the Senior Principal Environment Compliance Officer at the National Environment Management Authority of Kenya. And she's a very active member of multiple CCAC hubs, but today coming to us particularly with a focus on the household energy side. We have Kiruka Madukwe, the Director General and of the National Council on Climate Change, from Nigeria. And she is one of our GMP champions and very actively engaged on the fossil fuels hub as well. Fantastic, thank you. We have Chandat Him, the Deputy Director of the Department of Air Quality, Noise and Vibration Management of the General Directorate of Environmental Protection at the Ministry of Environment, and a co-lead of our Heavy-Duty Vehicles and Engines hub. And I don't see anybody coming up. Well, let's be on the lookout. We have Makoto Kato, Board of Directors, General Manager of the Overseas Environmental Cooperation Center in Japan, and the co-lead of the CCIC Cooling Hub. And we have Camila Labarca Winiken, the Head of Mitigation and Transparency Department at the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Environment of Chile, and also the co-lead of the CCIC Waste Hub. And we'll kick off our discussion with a question to each of you. So we're good? Okay. So we will kick off our discussion with a question to each of you. And I would like to ask you as well, if you could weave in to your response how the NDCs can drive the development of sectoral policies and with the inclusion of the LCPs into that as well. And really, Bruno, let me start with you. Brazil's ambitious ABC Plus plan was launched in 2021 to encourage the development of low carbon and climate resilient agriculture in Brazil. And it's pretty impressive for anybody who doesn't know it. And could you just share a little more about the background of the plan, what it entails, and how the CCAC support is actually helping to strengthen implementation of the plan, and how we get through that to the methane reductions that we look for. Could you please activate the handheld microphone?
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Martina. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's good to join this session and this debate. And once again, it's a pleasure to talk about how we can drive action in the agriculture space. I congratulate CCAC for elevating this subject and providing this moment for debate, exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experience among the countries, the institutions here represented. So Brazil last November was one of the first countries to present its updated NDC, and we took advantage of our experience in designing the previous NDC to design a target, a commitment for 2035 that is economy-wide and covers not only all the sectors, but also all the greenhouse gases. That's part of the approach that has been put to us by our president, Lula, an integrated approach between ministries that has been supported by UNEP and CCAC for the development, not only for the NDC, but also the integrated, what we call here, Plano Clima, or climate plan, which is divided in a mitigation strategy and an adaptation strategy for all the sectors. One of these sectors, agriculture and livestock, which is our mandate at the ministry, is targeted by a sectorial policy called the Low Carbon Agriculture Plan, the ABC plan. It started in 2010, and since 2021, we are in the second phase, which is called the ABC Plus plan. This is an incentive policy, an incentive-based policy dedicated to providing specific credit lines together with technical assistance to the farmers and ranchers in Brazil, so they can adopt technologies that are science-based, that provide mitigation and adaptation co-benefits together with increases in productivity or cost reduction. Thereby, they can produce more and emit less. That's the basis of this, this policy. And we have framed this set of interventions that could be deployed in agriculture in Brazil to target the main subsectors and the main greenhouse gases that were being emitted. The main subsector responsible for greenhouse gas emissions and super pollutant emissions in Brazil is livestock production, and enteric fermentation would be the main subsector. That's why we have framed some technologies specifically to address that issue. One of them is what we call intensive fattening and termination. Basically, during the final phases of production of beef cattle in Brazil, we are increasing the availability and the quality of the meals, the feeding provided for the cattle. Thereby, you can take advantage of the genetic potential that is already established in our herd and reduce the average age to slaughtering. That not only gives us gains in productivity and reductions in methane emissions, but also is helping us to access other markets, including in other countries. Another practice that I would highlight here is manure treatment and animal residues treatment, basically to produce biogas and biomethane. So you're adding value to residues present in the farm. That is applicable to dairy cattle, to swine and poultry in Brazil. And we had very good results during the first decade. That's why we're being even more ambitious in this decade, targeting for over 1 billion gigaton of CO2 equivalent of mitigation, taking together all the technologies that we are promoting here. I would also like to highlight recovery of degraded pastures and integrated livestock crop forestry systems that does not address specifically methane, but they increase overall efficiency and productivity of the system, thereby contributing to the reduction of the intensity of emissions per unit of beef or dairy product. These are some of the approaches that we are deploying here, specifically for animal residue treatment and intensive fattening and termination. We have the help of CCAC together with other partners. We are here deploying 3 projects. They started last year to be implemented in Brazil, and we are providing technical advisory for farmers and building pilot units together with good monitoring equipment and calculators so we can keep track of the emissions that we are avoiding. And that's the type of partnership that is helping us to reach farmers all over Brazil. Basically, we are building model farms, and the farmer himself can tell to his neighbors and to the others what he's doing right, what's giving him more competitiveness, and what's helping the environment and to reduce super pollutant emissions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Bruno. Let's see whether we can come back to a few key aspects that you mentioned already that I want to hold a thought. One is this high-level commitment that you mentioned, the multi-sectoral sort of approach as well, but then also being able to dive into some of the specifics that are covered with the regulation, and really how you've been playing with the fact that it's about productivity and emission reduction, that it's about a business opportunity with, for example, biogas, and dealing with a problem on the other side. And I think that's really interesting. So maybe we can come back to that. I think that I have a suspicion that there will be a common thread coming through on that as well. Let me go to another methane relevant sector, and that's on the fossil fuel side, and turn to Kiruka. And Nigeria has been a leader in the reduction of all super pollutants for many years, and it's not only been active not only on the fossil fuel side, but we have an amazing success story on the methane mitigation guidelines. Maybe if you can tell us a little bit how that came about, but also what are some success, not only the successes, obviously we're keen on hearing that, but also some of the key challenges, including on the enforcement side of things as well, and how you've been handling this very ably.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here to share our experience. So I just wanted to touch a bit before that on how you talked about the NDC, including NDC in the SCLP in the NDCs. So again, Nigeria is one of the countries that included that in her NDCs. And one of the things we saw happen to us is that because, of course, your NDCs are sector specific, what was to happen is that we were able to drive some changes and policies and legislation, for instance, in the agriculture sector. We now have a livestock ministry of livestock, to help differentiate livestock and agriculture, and also to firm up on a number of things. Then what also so happened for us, was also heavy duty vehicles, because we identified transportation as one of the high emitting sectors for us in the country. And so the country is also putting up, has a commitment to include EVs in our transportation. And I'm happy that Lagos is here, because one of the things we were also doing for that is to have 5,000 cleaner buses in Lagos State, which is the largest city, one of the largest cities in Nigeria. And so these are the things that we saw happen because we included short-lived climate pollutants in our NDCs. Another thing we saw happen to us again is the oil and gas sector, which is where you're talking about. And for us, we have committed to reduce, to end routine gas flaring by 2030, reduce fugitive methane emissions from the oil and gas operations by 60% by 2031, basically. And one of the things we saw happen was that we had in 2023, we had our comprehensive methane emission guidelines for the oil and gas industry. And this drew on the global practices for the leak detection and repair programs that we had support from CCAC in developing. And also we also had in 2023, again, we improved on the methane, on the gas flaring methane regulation that for the first time included penalties for methane in the country. We'd never had that before. And that again was for the support from CCAC. Now going straight to your question as to our regulation that we have. And what are the challenges, basically? Well, very important. Nigeria has been able to develop, to have a regulation on methane, have the penalties for methane. The penalties for methane is tied to non-associated gas.
Mm-hmm.
Is tied to associated gas, and that in itself is quite challenging because for a country that you're dealing with oil and gas, we have associated and non-associated gas. But one of the things that has happened is that this regulation has now made it in such a way that, looking at the 2018 regulation, it said that it charged you a smaller penalty if you were producing less than 5,000 barrels per day. But now everybody, whether it was 5,000 barrels or 10,000 barrels, you all had the same penalties. But what is the challenge about the penalties? So for the penalties, it's much easier for companies to pay these penalties. And I had this conversation with the co-chair from the UK. How do we transport knowledge sharing? How has UK been able to apply its regulations, move it from regulations from paper to reality? And that has been a big challenge in the country. We have the guidelines, we have the regulations, but how do we translate that? And again, is being able to build the capacity of the regulators. There's the appetite there. They want to do a bit differently, but how do you build the capacity to ensure that what they're doing meets with the industry? And one other thing that has happened is, because of this regulation, you see some private companies also gearing up. For instance, you have Owando. Owando now is putting in place some mechanisms to track the methane leaks in its system. So they are actually, you see companies now taking some active steps. But again, a lot still needs to be done with regards to moving the regulations from paper to reality.
Thank you very much for highlighting that much. There are steps, and only dealing with one part will not get us to the emission reductions that we want to see. And we really hold the thought, regulation, if it stops at paper, it will not do that, but we have to have the capacity as well to do the implementation. And thanks for highlighting as well the opportunities that come with learning from each other. And I keep coming back to that. It's about how do we accelerate the actions by learning from each other. What has worked somewhere may not be transferable one-on-one, right? We know that, but may give us the idea of how to take our own problem to a different level and find a good solution for it. So thank you very much. I'll come back to also the point that what we just heard. For Brazil, the agricultural sector is a tough nut to crack. And Brazil has taken that on, again, with the spirit of, how can I combine what needs to be done to continue having this as a strong pillar of the economy, but by reducing some of the emissions. And I hear that as well. And Nigeria, this is extremely brave to say we go for the fossil fuel sector because it has the biggest emissions. There we go. But it's obviously the entire economy is dependent on this. And how do we deal with that? And I think it's something that maybe we can get back to a little bit as well. Now let me go to the third methane relevant sector, and that's the waste sector. And I'll turn to Kemia to my right. And Chile has done a lot. Chile is really a leader in developing these national policies to divert organic waste and to reduce methane from landfills. There's a clear objective, and I won't take away what has been done, but I think it's really amazing. What kind of lessons can you share with us, with all of us here in the room? And where do you see opportunities maybe to expand what you have done within the region and beyond?
Thank you, Martina. And good morning, still morning, yes, everyone. Thank you for the organization and the invitation as well. So first of all, even though regulation is not like the only thing you have to do to move forward, I think it's key to have regulation, because organizations are not going to change if it's not a mandate. Like if they don't have, because you don't always have financial incentives. So you must look for these incentives, and regulation is a way to go forward from the government side. So regarding the waste sector, we are working in parallel in two sets of regulations. So in one side, we want to reduce how much waste goes to the landfills. And for this, we started many years ago with a cooperation with Canada government, and we did the Recicla Orgánicos program, which helped us to develop a national organic waste strategy. But to enforce this strategy, we needed more incentives, and then we started to work on a regulation that will have, that is now on the Congress in process. We hope to approve it this year. But this will make that all the municipalities have to give an alternative for managing organic waste. This could be composting or food banking, and composting could be at different levels, so in households or industrial, but they have to give an alternative. So in this sense, then we have to coordinate all of the different programs that there are to help the municipalities to fulfill this goal, but there will be like the mandate. And it's progressive. It's not from one day to another. So first start with only gardening residues and food-free markets, then commercial institutions like restaurants and hotels, and then the whole households. And this regulation is also complemented with the recycling of paper and cardboard, which we don't talk much about it, but it also has an impact in the methane emissions in the landfills. And this is through the responsibility to the producer law that we already have. And also we're updating health regulations to make it easier to reduce the food loss. And so this is to prevent the organics first to go to the landfill, but then we already have big landfills emitting methane, and there will still be some organics going to these landfills. So we have to limit that too. So we are working in a regulation to limit how much methane can a specific landfill emit within the climate change framework law that we have from 2022. We have the possibility as Ministry of Environment to set a standard to any source of or activity of GHG emissions. And this will be the first one. So it's very important for the minister to work in this waste methane reduction. So we want to start in this, and it's not only a limit, but you can, if you reduce more than what you have to, then you can sell those reductions to other landfills, like a little bit of a carbon market, national. And so you have a more efficient economic outcome. So the ones that is cheapest to reduce, they will reduce more, and from the smallest ones usually that it's harder to reduce, they can buy credits. And well, for this regulation, one of the biggest barriers or difficulties is to measure. So, okay, how are we going to ensure that how much methane are each landfill emitting? Because estimation might not be good enough. So yes, that's regarding our regulations on waste for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. This is amazing, and I think it's super interesting to see how you've unpacked the sector by going upstream, but also looking at the legacy problems that are there, how to deal with that, and I want to hold the thought on the innovation component and having this sort of national carbon market idea behind that as well. So fantastic. Let me move to the black carbon related sectors, and Chanda, for you, what do you think are the key factors necessary to include in policies aimed at banning agricultural burning, and that's I recognize that's very, very specific, taking a snippet of the agricultural part, but the agricultural burning we have seen is obviously a key area to be addressed, both for air quality, but also with regard to the black carbon climate impacts. And how is the CCAC supporting the enforcement of Cambodia's policy?
Yes, thank you very much, Marina, and good morning or afternoon for everyone. Yeah, it's very glad for me to join the panelists today to share what we are doing in Cambodia. Related to agricultural open burning. So I would like to start address the question by sharing a case study about the ibis rice. Ibis rice was launched in 2009 to provide and market wildlife-friendly rice grow in the community located in the area protected for their biodiversity value in Cambodia. Ibis rice was founded by the Wildlife Conservation Society with a mission to save the critical endangered called giant ibis. Sought to perhaps to be extended for 50 years ago. Conservationists rediscovered the giant ibis in 1993 in a dry tropical forest vital for many endangered species. So the birds were living near remote farming community growing heritage variety of jasmine rice, facing a growing threats of habitat destructions as a result of farmland expansion, poaching, and illegal logging. So the ibis rice farming model is defined by 3 principles: organic farming, zero deforestation, and zero poaching. So ibis rice set about working with community to follow this standard by developing land use plans to help secure their land use and promote improving rice production while maintaining traditional practices to produce the finest rice. So every rice cycle involves robust and comprehensive monitoring and certification of process involving a farmer, community groups, agronomists, conservationists, biology, and international auditor. So in turn for their adherence to the wildlife-friendly rule, farmers are paid up to 70% above the market price, with a guarantee that all their rice will be bought. And today, the ibis rice work with nearly 1,800 farmer family to protect over 50,000 hectare forests. So from this case study, we can see that to change the people from practices agricultural in the unenvironmental friendly way to environmental friendly ways, we need to engage community, the society, the NGO, and also the buyer. I think the people and the farmer, they are keen to, they try very best to improve their livings, but they don't have the knowledge. So I think the civil society, the NGO can play important role to improve their knowledge and to as well to engage with the buyer. And the buyer play important role to enforce and also change the way that the community practice the agriculture. So from this perspective, even though the ibis rice mainly focusing on protecting the wildlife, the giant ibis, protecting the forest area, but not focusing on the, for example, the admit of the methane from the agricultural practices. But we can see the example how people can change their behavior accordingly. And the government actually play an important role in setting the regulation to ensure that the practice at the ground will benefit for the people, and also to harness the support from the international partner and also from the buyer from overseas. So from this perspective, I think CCAC play a very important role, especially in connecting and sharing the best practices to the world and also to the community in Cambodia. Because like I said to you, this happening only one location, but we need to replicate this to another location. Because through the workshop we joined previously, I think the one way that is missing is in the context of communication, like we not speak their language. So the farmer might not understand what we are trying to bring to them. And also the best practices are not spread over other farmer. So only farmer and farmer, they can share what they are really practice on the ground. Yeah, so CCAC can support in the context of broadening the best practices and also to support the policy development in Cambodia. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I think it's really important to highlight, community engagement. I think it's never easy to do, but I think it's what makes things very solid at the same time. So I think this is really interesting. And you really insisted on this behavioral change, the practice change. And I think that's also something also not easy to do. So thank you for having picked on two areas that are critically important and that we need to try to get more of a handle on as well. So learning from that experience will be very useful. I also thought about trade and how that can actually be a lever for actions. And I think there's maybe something we can come back to, because I know for Brazil, this is obviously also a key topic, and obviously for the fossil fuel side with Nigeria, we have that too. Anyway, let me move to Kenya, to Silala. And Kenya has ambitions to generate 100% of its electricity from clean energy sources by 2030. That indeed is an ambitious target and has been very, very much welcomed when it was made by, I think, really the international community as well, with huge resource endowments in Kenya to actually make that happen. And there's a focus on clean cooking outlined in the National Clean Cooking Strategy. So maybe if you can take us a little bit through the clean cooking strategy and also what we can do to best support the implementation of that strategy.
Thank you very much, CCAC, for this particular conference that is quite exciting, and to the list participants. Kenya has this strategy that is very ambitious and is targeting universal access to clean cooking solutions by the year 2028. That is just 3 years from now. And it equally identifies barriers that probably might not take Kenya to that particular targeted universal access. And one of the challenges that is identified in this strategy is the affordability gap, the supply gap, because of probably we don't have local import, local manufacturing or local production for these particular technologies of stoves. And the other one that we also speak to is about either low cost or no cost alternatives, maybe because of low level of awareness or probably socio-cultural norms that hinder us from taking them up. In that regard, the strategy then sets a 5-point agenda that is envisaged to basically address some of these gaps that we have currently. And one of these is to address the supply gap of this particular cooking solution and bridging the affordability gap so that the demand is addressed. The other thing that this strategy speaks to is promoting local manufacturing and production. The fourth one that it also speaks to is to raise awareness. And finally, it's about institutionalizing accountability, planning, and tracking. Looking at it, it's actually modeled what we can do if we adopt clean cooking solutions, because it looks at a scenario where if we do this, of course, we'll have to invest heavily as a country, and it equally identifies various partners or funding sources that can really help us deliver on this strategy. including carbon markets, including climate finance, philanthropic sources, development partners, and also public finance. And we take note that when we do this right, then we can avoid 16 metric tons CO2 equivalent emissions. We can prevent about 26,000 deaths per year. And also time that we've been losing for household fetching firewood is recovered almost 700 hours per year per household. And that we can also look at the sustainability of this in terms of the benefits that we get from adopting or taking up these clean cooking solutions. So from where we sit as a country, we look at it that there's much more that we need to do, and we have our strategies well laid out, but how to do it then becomes the challenge. And in our submission, I look at a scenario that a CSC might want to look into in terms of looking at the technical support that it can offer to Kenya, more specifically beyond just the cooking solutions, but branding it as a business, the sustainability angle and the profitability angle of this, so that when we talk to our people, they see the investment side of it. I think that then tends to sell very well and get a good buy-in. The other thing that I think we need really to do is about behavior change communication. I think some of us are still tied to those particular old traditional technologies because we have not appreciated what it means to take the best technology. I think this needs to be communicated, and generally changing human beings is not quite easy. And I think we must find a strategy of doing this to reach the people, to reach the vulnerable, and to reach the people who probably are not elites and therefore not appreciating the clean cooking solutions that currently exist. Another thing that I feel CC can really strongly come in is to help us develop appropriate policy on incentives. Because when you look at the strategy, there's interest to government to have some subsidies, especially on fuel and tax. And from my experience, every year they have the finance bill, there changes. So sometimes you find that we do zero rating for clean cooking solutions, then the next financial bill we kill a very brilliant idea. So what could be innovative? What kind of policy solution can we have as a country that then would have subsidies that can last for the period as we work towards getting to clean cooking solutions as a country? The other thing that I also feel, not so much within the confines of CCSC, but then looking at the bit of resource mobilization. When you look at the strategies talking about climate finance, and one of the good entry points becomes the GCF. And I know as a country we have not really delved into accessing the climate finance. And one honest experience is that we don't have the technical capacity of doing this particular proposal. So how can we be capacity built to generate some of these proposals that can help us? And probably finally, to add to the need to have demonstration centers for these clean cooking solutions so that every person can appreciate them. And I was also looking into other opportunities that we have on synergies, because I was coming with a good example of a very big a program that is currently running in Kenya. It's called the Financing Locally Led Climate Action, FLOCA, and there is a lot that is going on in that, where you find biogas projects that are supporting learning institutions, and parents are probably just bringing the cow dung and then the fee subsidized, but addressing the issue of indoor air pollution. So these are opportunities that we were thinking about. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Silala. And you've put out a couple of challenges. It would be interesting to think through them, how we can help respond to that. And I think the technical support is very well noted. There is a thing about bringing out the business angles that I noted. And then on the other side, so that's That's a translation onto the economic side. And then there's a translation into the finance side and how to have the technical capacity to construct or to structure projects that could unlock more funding. And I heard that from others as well. So I think that's an interesting thought as well. Now let's move to the HFCs, last but not least. Makoto, you're really driving this agenda in the hub. We've been refining the focus of the hub, and life cycle refrigerant management has come out as a key priority area. You took us very kindly to, when we were at the board meeting in Japan, to one of those sites that helps with the recycling or the destruction of refrigerants as well. That was really interesting to see. Now, where do you see the biggest opportunities to advance life cycle of refrigerant management through policy? Obviously Japan has a different set of means than some of the other countries. How are some of these lessons adaptable to other contexts?
Thanks, Martina. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. Yes, we are working on life cycle refrigerant management. When it comes to HFCs or ODS, probably everybody knows that we are very successful in promoting and the driving the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. Yes, we are very successful. And then I think most scenarios, you see in terms of the HFC reduction is basically like a steady implementation of Kigali Amendment. So that you see when we implement Kigali amendments, steadily the emissions are reducing. Well, this is one thing. But what we are talking about, life cycle refrigerant management, is really additional emission reductions. This is the amount, like 39 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, at least from 2025 to 2050. Last year in June, the Technology and Economic Assessment Panel, TEEP, published a report on the effectiveness of the life cycle refrigerant management. And then if we are implementing this, we are achieving this additional amount of reduction in addition to Kigali Amendment implementation. Where does this come from? Your air conditioner, your refrigerator, basically in many my colleagues for developing countries, unfortunately, once refrigerants are sold to the market, then it is regarded as it is emitted to the atmosphere. This is the tier 1 of greenhouse gas inventory of HFC. But what we are promoting is that even after the refrigerants are sold to the market, it is actually trapped in your refrigerator, in your air conditioner, or supermarket's refrigerator. And it is slowly leaking into the atmosphere, or once cooling equipment is used, then basically it's vented into the atmosphere. This is very unfortunate reality in many parts of the developing countries. But now we see, there is an opportunity to work on this part. Essentially, cooling sector has a benefit of, for example, like a health benefits and to adapt to warming planet climate change. And also like a benefit of, for example, like a cold chain, like a food security. So essentially, we have lots of benefits in working on cooling. But how we are maximizing even more on the benefits? Because for the circular economy thing, because you also want to work on the material recycling, metals and also plastics, and other things. Well, if it's dumped simply to the mountains or river, this is not really good, of course. And also energy efficiency. If you use like an efficient way of, if you implement efficient ways of refrigerants, then you can actually maximize your energy efficiency benefit. And also we are creating green jobs. In Japan, well, Martina actually we have lots of green industry people who are working on this. We want to bring this into our partner countries. Now, I would like to show you some example of the first runner in our developing country colleagues. Well, for example, the government of Vietnam, well, in 2020, the government introduced the revised law on environmental protection, and it's the first our partner country to introduce life cycle refrigerant management concept in their laws. And also this has been cascaded into the implementation law. And now our government is working closely with the government of Vietnam. And now Cambodia is actually resonating with this because now Vietnam is very successful, and they are now starting this kind of like a recycling businesses and creating like a ecosystem. So that this is what is happening in some parts of our partner countries. What I do see is that because the government shows clear directions that this is the policy framework, policy landscape, now private sector companies are now, they're starting investment in this regard, even without any subsidies or something. So this is the direction, and then of course, this is reflected to the government policies, and finally to the NDC, naturally determined contribution. So we see many different countries who are already on board, the Philippines, Cambodia, Indonesia, and also like many other African countries, and also some European countries like Moldova. So we see, this is like maximizing this kind of benefit is the way we can strengthen our NDC, also our benefits in the domestic plane. So this is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that was super interesting how it starts with a commitment through the NDCs, taking this whole approach nationally, using it as a business driving opportunity and jobs, then using bilateral support systems to bring that to others. It almost develops into a regional approach from what I heard. There's so many countries, and then bring it back to re-strengthen the NDCs. So I just wanted to hold that thought. Thank you for having told us that. Now we have like 10 minutes left, and I had hoped we could do 2 quick fire rounds, but that very much depends on how quick everybody is. Maybe we can only do 1, but very, very quickly, 1 minute each to respond to the question. And we heard it from all of you that making this economic argument is but it's the yardstick to actually get it over a smaller activity that is in one corner to make it something that really works in the country context and to get it to scale. Now, where do you see opportunities to enhance this, to have it either bring out public health, the food security, the economic benefits, the sustainable development benefits overall, through cross-ministerial collaboration? And maybe I start with Bruno. With Bruno to look at that. And obviously you come already from Ministry of Agriculture. That shows already there is a collaboration here because a lot of us come from the environment side.
Thanks, Martina. Thanks for the opportunity again. And yes, regarding food security, for example, we are dialoguing not only with the Minister of Environment, but also the Minister of Social Development. So the public policies to alleviate poverty and food insecurity in Brazil, they are led by that minister. And together we consider all of that when we are designing our climate plan and our sectorial policies. But I would like to recapitulate to the economic issue, because sometimes we always talk about climate and pollutants and always start to think that that's okay, that's primarily an environmental agenda, but it's always an economical agenda. But we are putting some environmental constraints or requirements in that agenda. That's the basics. And when we are talking about mainly a private activity, as we have in the agriculture and livestock sector, that must be certainly taken into perspective and to consideration. That's why when we are designing those policies, we take the farmer perspective at the core of policy design. We understand that's a private activity, that he or she must increase productivity and production in order to have the revenues and to keep producing. But we are putting them on track to adopt the most sustainable technologies and practices by providing loans. And why loans? Because if you are providing the loans, the right incentives, and providing science-based technologies that are really more productive, that will be the best payer for the loans, not only for the credit provided by the government, but also by the private financial institutions. So you are targeting and you are actually showing to the system, to the financial systems, who are the farmers and the ranchers that are more productive and they are better payers. And you start to create a virtuous circle. That's especially important for us here. The Brazil as a developing emerging country, actually, we have cycles, and there are some times that the public budget, more often than not, it's not sufficient to cover and to promote that. But if we integrate the farmer perspective and it has also access to private finance, then we can make this change and this trajectory permanent. And even if do not have enough public budget by once in a while, they will keep on track, and that's how we are observing this trajectory.
Fantastic. Thank you. Was deserved to be a bit longer than a minute. If we could try, but it was really, really powerful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martina. I also just wanted to echo similar sentiments of, well, clean cooking solutions, we have to work with the Ministry of Energy. But I think this, we now need to come strongly and have the National Treasury and Economic Planning onboarded into this. Especially that now Kenya also has the Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. And one of the key areas they cover is on the energy sector and more specifically on clean cooking solutions. So onboarding them in this particular conversation, I think is more promising because even when it comes to having those incentives, then we'll get the right support. Thank you.
Fantastic. Just pass on the mic, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think since the nature of environmental issue is a cross-sectoral issue, so integrated the relevant stakeholder is very important. For example, in the context of agriculture, actually we are Ministry of Environment, we control the air pollution. But the source of air pollution from agricultural sector, of course, coming from the open burning of agricultural residue after harvesting. So who can enforce this? So particular is officer of Ministry of Agriculture. Recently, our government recruits around 1,500 technical agricultural officers to the field. The aim is to provide technical support for the community at the ground in the context of increasing the agricultural production. But we can engage them by integrating the best way to reduce the open burning at the field. So it's one way that sectoral collaboration is very important. And another aspect about the health, of course, the Ministry of Health, they control the health data, and also they can propose the activity, the context of the health protection. And we are Ministry of Environment, we monitor the air quality. So if we come together to develop cross-sectoral policy to ensure that the people can breathe the good quality of air, so it's very important. So we come together, we can have a strong voice to convene the Ministry of Economics and Finance, because they are the ministry that have money to implement the policy. So in this context, going back in short, is very important. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute. So for us in Nigeria, what we've done is we have what we call the Methane Technical Working Group. And this group is a combination of all the key ministries. You have Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, We haven't added health yet, but that is what we're going to add because it's very important. And we have the Ministry of Environment. We also have the regulators, NUPRC, NMDPRA. But two things that we will be doing in addition, because it's very key, is including the subnationals, because we don't have that in the technical working group, and we do not have the Ministry of Health. So those are the key things we're going to add to ensure that there's, of course, like we said, that climate change and methane, short-lived climate pollutants across borders is not just for transport, it's not just for agriculture, it's not just for health, it's not just for environment, but ensuring that all these key ministries are together, and that's what the methane working group is about. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And you've institutionalized it. Fantastic.
Okay. I think at the CCAC member countries and also organizations, we should make even, we can accelerate shaping up laws and policies, and also the implementation is very important. And when it comes to finance, always we see a lack of finance is challenging things, but we can also use for the existing public finance for catalyzing and also like leveraging private finance for scaling up. And then finally, with this, we can establish a better frame for markets to play better and in a larger scale. And then we also want to see the impact. Well, the impact is very important, so that our action should be always linked and lead to some kind of impact for assessment. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Kemia.
Thank you. So what we did successfully is that we changed the perspective on the responsibility of other ministries regarding climate change. So it used to be the thought that the Ministry of Environment is the one in charge of climate change, but with the climate change law, we gave specific responsibilities to different ministries, sectoral ministries, and also finance, education, and economic ministries. And now they had to develop mitigation and adaptation plans, and they did it with a different lens, with the responsibility on them and not on the climate and not on the environmental ministry. And that was a big change in the results of the plans. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think they absolutely deserve a round of applause. We had a wonderful panel, rich experience. Thank you so much. And we've come to the end of the time that we had. And just to say, the NDCs are important, that came out to unlock action. It is a signal of the ambition and that really spreads across. I heard everywhere the starting point is this high-level support to actually unravel something here and then really to break it down into the different areas. I heard as well you can take on a difficult sector if you take the right approach, if you take a business and economy approach and involve those very much that have to take the action and have to be on board, and it's with them, not against them. I think that's a real key thing. I heard it doesn't stop at the regulation. You need the capacity of the regulators to follow through. There's a whole area on enforcement. There's a lot of innovation going on, and I heard the national carbon markets. I heard the penalty. I heard trade as a lever. So there's the moment we start thinking a bit more creatively about that, I think we'll come to a lot of things that we can use to take things forward. I heard quite an emphasis on behavioral change, using communications, doing that in a different way so that we get to the behavioral change that we need to see to accompany all that. And we need not only the private sector players on board, but we need a whole of government sort of approach. And that means multi-ministerial really helps. And it means municipalities, the subnational level to be on board as well. And with that, and I haven't fully done justice to the richness of this, but I wanted to hold a few thoughts for everybody. Thank you so much. And we now have a solid lunch break to continue the discussions. And we'll see you back here for the discussion on One Atmosphere. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually had we had that. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, you had. Okay. Yeah, no, that was,
Baby, you're the intention. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it. I just wanna taste it. Watermelon sugar high. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening. And it sounds just like a song. I want your belly in a summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it. I just wanna taste it. Watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, high, watermelon sugar high.
As we all say, it's actually a cool thing to do. Then it's very technical. How you do it, that you have good quality compost, but then because it's all for the alternative.
On a starry winter night in Portugal, where the ocean kissed the southern shore. Very true, I never thought would come to pass. Came when night times been through hourglass. You made love to me like a fire and rain. Oh, you know your love got to be a hurricane, killing me with kisses so soft, softly. You made love forever, baby. You made love forever. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love. How the nights we made love till the morning star. Then you crooned a song to me on your guitar. Was it so familiar, calling soft my name? Sunlight dancing slowly through love's window pane. You made love to me like a sugar and spice. Hush my broken heart, this must be paradise. Killing me with kisses so, so tenderly. You made love forever, baby. You made love forever. I ain't gonna let you go that connects us. Easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, baby. Hold your keys up. Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me. Step off the train, walking down the street again, past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there. Now you disappeared somewhere, like outer space. Found some better place, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain. Could you be dead? You always were 2 steps ahead of everyone. Walk behind while you run. Look about your house. I can almost hear you shout down to me, where I always used to be, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain. Back on the train, I asked you why did I come again? Can I confess? I've been hanging round your own address. Years have proved to offer nothing since you moved. You're long gone, but I can move on, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain. Step off the train, I'm walking down your street again, past your door. I guess you don't live there anymore, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Yeah. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Like the desert's missed the rain, and I miss you. Yeah. Like the desert's missed the rain, I miss you.
But also we've seen in Nigeria there's a lot of local, through the local assembly, and there's something.
Lucid dreams, life's a highway, too many roads, bypass my way. Oh, they never begin. Innocence, coming a grip at the hands of life's stinking cold thief. That's my concept of sin. Does heaven wait, oh heavenly, over the next horizon? Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, still cutting. What outside the way they did when we were young. Look at us now, quit driving. Some Cause you do a young soul. We are deeply concerned. Someone stops for direction. Something responds deep in our engines. We have all been burned. Does heaven wait or heaven leap over the next horizon? Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, still cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt much more than girls and girls. Little boy got a heart broke, thinks it makes him some kind of new god. This is one race he won't win, 'cause life's so gross with a cool chick. Too many folks feeling caustic, but it never pulls in. Process the thoughts, read the streamers, because this world needs its dreamers. They never wake up. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, still cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, still cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, still cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Did it know? No, I didn't know. No, I didn't know. No, I didn't know.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'll rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes. But I couldn't find a way, so I'll settle for one day to believe in you. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise, you can't disguise. Although I'm not making plans, I hope that you understand there's a reason why. Close your eyes. No more broken hearts. We're better off apart. Let's give it a try. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
bus. Think the city towed my car. Chandelier is on the floor. Rip my favorite party dress. Warrant south for my arrest. Think I need a ginger ale. This was such an epic fail. Pictures of last night ended up online. We'll scream. Oh well. It's a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure it would. Last Friday night, yeah, we danced on tabletops. We took too many shots. Think we kissed, but I forgot. Last Friday night, yeah, we maxed our credit cards and got kicked out of the bar. So we hit the boulevard. Last Friday night, we went streaking in the park, skinny dipping in the dark, and had a menage a trois. Last Friday night, yeah, I think we broke the law. Always say we're gonna stop. This Friday night, do it all again. Do it all. This Friday night, do it all again. Do it all. This Friday do it all again. You shout it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, but all your bullets ricochet. You shut me down, but I get up. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away, fire away. You shut me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shut me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You count me down, but it's you who had further to fall. Goes down in haunted love. Raise your voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. I'm talking loud, not saying much. Yeah. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away, fire away. You shut me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shut me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. I am titanium. Woman, take me in your arms, won't you, baby? Girl, I've known you very well. I've seen you growing every day. I never really looked before, but now you take my breath away. Suddenly you're in my life, a part of everything I do. You got me working day and night, just trying to keep a hold on you. Here in your arms I found my paradise, my only chance for happiness. And if I lose you now, I think I would die. Say you'll always be my baby, we can make it shine. We can take forever, just a minute at a time. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. There are stories old and true of people so in love like you and me, and I can see myself. That history repeat itself, reflecting how I feel for you. And thinking about those people, then I know that in 1,000 years I'd fall in love with you again. This is the only way that we should fly. This is the only way to go. And if I lose your love, I know I will die. Say you'll always be my baby, we can make it shine. We can take forever, just a minute at a time. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. More than a woman, more than a woman to me.
Walking on a Chinese wall. Watching for the coins to fall. Butterfly, spread your painting wings from an answer from the sheen. By the stream, stretching in the rocks, a tiger on the mountain top, walking on the Chinese wall. Watching for the coins to fall. And now the sun is rising in the east, looking for my golden fleece. Ivory skin, scarlet color, as the bird but do not speak. The thrill misty nights, waiting by the shore. And maybe that my lover
white silk burning on my chest. Go to sleep but not to rest. Stepping stones on the yellow sea, dreaming she will be there for me. Come down the clouds to the sea flames. From the mountain hear the cry of pain. A red gem dream from the sky above. Ancient tales of hate and Chinese love.
I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it's complicated. And though I know you can appreciate it, I'm only happy when it rains. You know I love it when the news is bad. Why it feels so good to feel so sad. I'm only happy when it rains. Pour your misery down. Pour your misery down on me. Pour your misery down. Pour your misery down on me. I'm only happy when it rains. I feel good when things are going wrong. I only listen to the sad, sad songs. I'm only happy when it rains. I only smile in the dark. My only comfort is the night go black. I didn't accidentally tell you that. I'm only happy when it rains. You get the message by the time I'm through. When I complain about me and you, I'm only happy when it rains. Pour your misery down. Pour your misery down on me. Pour your misery down. You can give me company as long as you don't care. I'm only happy when it rains. You wanna hear about my new obsession? I'm riding high upon a deep depression. I'm only happy when it rains. Misery down. 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 Here I am, and within the reach of my hand, she's asleep, and she's sweeter now than the wildest dream could have seen. And I watch her sleeping away, though I know I'll be hunting high and low. High, there's nowhere Friday night, I was late, I was walking you home. We got down to the gate. I was dreaming of the night. Would it turn out right? How to tell you, girl? I wanna build my world around you. Tell you that it's true. Wanna make you understand, I'm talking about a lifetime plan. That's the way to begin. We're hand in hand. Glenn Miller's band was a better than before. We yelled and screamed for more, and those borders tunes made us dance across the room. It ended all too soon. On the way back home, I promised you'd never be alone. Hurry, don't be late, I can hardly wait. I said to myself when we're old, we go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and reminiscing. Friday night, I was late, I was walking you home. We got down to the gate. I was dreaming of the night. Would it turn out right? Now the years roll on. It's time we hear a favorite song. The memories come along. All the times we're missing, spending the hours reminiscing. Hurry, don't be late, I can hardly wait. I said to myself when we're old, we go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and reminiscing. Hurry, don't be late, I can hardly wait. I said to myself when we're old, we go dancing in the dark, walking through the park and reminiscing.
One of these nights, one of these crazy old nights, we're gonna find out, pretty mama, what turns on your lights. The full moon is calling, the fever is high, and the wicked wind whispers and moans. You got your demons, you got your desires, but I got a few of my own.
Ooh, someone to be kind to in between the dark and the light. Oh, you coming right behind you. Swear I'm gonna find you one of these nights.
One of these dreams, one of these lost and lonely dreams.
I knew you were my bit. I wanna tell you how much I to the sea of love. I wanna tell you how much I love you. I wanna tell you how much I love you.
Say what you want, but don't play games with my affection. Take what you need, but don't leave me with no direction. All alone, I sit on by the phone, waiting for you, baby. Through the years, how can you stand to hear my pleading for you, dear? I know I'm crying. Go where you want, but don't leave me here forever. You stay away so long, boy. I see you never. What can I do, boy, to get through to you? 'Cause I love you, baby. Standing here, baptized in all my tears, baby. Through the years, you know I'm crying. Say. You never ever worry, and you never shed a tear. You're saying that my love ain't real, but just look at my face, these tears ain't drying. You can never say that I'm not the one who really loves you. I pray every day that you'll see things, boy, like I do. What can I do to get through to you? 'Cause I love you, baby. Standing here, baptized in all my tears, baby. Through the years, you know I'm crying. Ooh.
slave to love. Na 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 na. No, I can't escape. I'm a slave to love. The storm is breaking, oh so it seems. We're too young to reason, too grown up to dream. Now spring is turning your face to mine. I can hear you, lover, I can see you smile. Na 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 na. Slave to love. No, I can't escape. I'm a slave to love. Na 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 na. Slave to love. No, I can't escape. I'm a slave to love.
Searching for a destiny that's mine. There's another place, another time. Touching many hearts along the way. Yeah. Hoping that I'll never have to say it's just an illusion. Illusion. Illusion, follow your emotions anywhere. Is it really magic in the air? Never let your feelings get you down. Open up your eyes and look around. It's just an illusion. Illusion. Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Could it be a picture in my mind? Never sure exactly what I'll find. Only in my dreams I turn you on. For just a moment, then you're gone. It's just an illusion. 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 Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Oh, could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? It's just an illusion, no. walking to the sea. Crowds of people wait for me. Seagulls scavenge, seal ice cream. Worries vanish within my dream. Left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free. I left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free. Fishing balls sail past the shore. No singing midday anymore. The sun is shining, the water's clear. Just see you and walk along the pier. Left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free. Left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free. Cool breeze flows, but mind the world's right. Some get some, it's worth the cost. I'd love to stay. The city calls me home. Restless fuss and lies on the phone. Left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free. Left my soul there, down by the sea. I lost control here, living free.
secret island at the edge of the world, where all the ladies knew your name. Into the water, under the sky, clouds begin to water tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. And I don't even know where I am. We worked the island and you picked the fruit. The taste was both on innocence. You spoke the language with a boring tone. The words begin to pour like tears. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. Now I'm standing outside in the rain. that wash away, rains out the colors over your eyes, putting the gun down on the bedside table. Must have realized it wasn't the rain that made no difference, and I could have sworn it wasn't me. Yet did I also cuddly, almost slowly, plain for all to see. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. How can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I've lost my way. I've been losing you. I can still hear your screams competing. Your ears and yours like a snake. Now when the mirror stands half a man, I thought no one could break. It wasn't the rain that made no difference. Nervously dreaming on a runaway, but I want the guilt to get me, thoughts to wreck me, preying on my mind. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. So please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I've lost my way. I've been losing you.
Mister, your eyes are full of hesitation. Makes me wonder if you know what you're looking for. Baby, I wanna keep my reputation. I'm a sensation. You try me once, you beg for more. Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need a certain song. Boogie, 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 all night long. Yes, sir, I can boogie. If you say you can't go wrong. Boogie, 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 all night long. No, sir, I don't feel very much like talking. No, neither walking. You wanna know if I can dance? Yes, sir. Already told you in the first verse and in the chorus, but I will give you one more chance. Yes, sir, I can boogie, but I need a certain song. Boogie, 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 all night long. Yes, sir, I can boogie. If you say you can't go wrong. Boogie, boogie, boogie. If it's something we can share, we can steal it. And that sweet city woman, she moved through the light, controlling my mind and my soul. When you reach out for me and the feeling is bright. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Here I am, praying for this moment to last. Living on the music so fine, born on the wind, making it mine. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. In the heat of our love, don't need no help for us to make it. It may just enough to take us to the morning. I could fire in my mind, I could hide in my walking, and I'm glowing in the dark. I give you warning. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Here I am, praying for this moment to last. Living on the music so fine, born on the wind, making it mine. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Night fever, we know how to show it. Oh yeah.
My love, there's only you in my life, the only thing that's right.
My first love, you're every breath that I take, you're every step I make, and I wanna share all my love with you. No one else will do. In your eyes, they tell me how much you care. Oh yes, you'll always be my endless love. Two hearts that beat as one. My life has just begun. Forever, I hold you close in my arms. I can't resist your charms. And I play the fool for
loving you. At night when the stars shine, I pray when you are fine. A love so true. Morning awakes me, though you cannot take me. I'll wait for you. You know how I feel. I won't stop until I hear your voice saying I do. This thinking through wrong, this feeling so strong. My life ain't worth living if I can't be with you. We can change all the world tomorrow. We can sing songs of yesterday. I can say, hey, farewell to sorrow. This is my life, and I want to see you for always. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you. And if I stop, then tell me just what will I do? I just can't stop loving you. Pink, it's my new obsession. Yeah, pink, it's not even a question. Pink on the lips of your lover. 'Cause pink is the love you discover. Pink as the pink on your cherry. Pink, 'cause you were so very. Pink, it's the color of passion. 'Cause today it just goes with the fashion. Pink, it was love at first sight. You know I need your love. You got a hold on me. Long as I got your love, you know that I'll never leave. When I wanted you to share my life, I had no doubt in my mind. And it's been you, woman, right down the line. I know how much I lean on you. Only you can see. You can see changes that I've been through. Have left their mark on me. You've been constant as a northern star, the brightest light that shines, and it's for you, woman, right down the line. I just wanna say this is my way of telling you everything I could never say before. Yeah, this is my way of telling you that every day I'm loving so much more. 'Cause you believed in me through my darkest night. Put something better inside of me. You brought me into the light. Threw away all those crazy dreams. I put them all behind. And it was you, woman, right down the line. I just wanna say this is my way of telling you everything I could never say before. Yeah, this is my way of telling you that every day I'm loving so much.
I'm not needed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. We are starting. So it's really inspiring to stand up in front of this diversity of representations. And I'm really glad to be in front of climate champions, policymakers, practitioners, and scientists. And welcome to this science and policy dialogue, but this time about one atmosphere integrated approach. My name is Kenza Al-Khomsi. I'm from Morocco. I am a member of the SAP. I work on climate, air quality, and health. And it's my pleasure to guide you today through this session. I know that we will have a deep dive in discussing air quality and climate. However, I want you to keep in mind that it's more about solutions, collaboration, and action. No pressure, but it's kind of the planet Earth is counting on us to find solutions. Indeed, we are today very well aware that climate change and air pollution are two sides of the same coin. So indeed, the emissions that warm our planet at the same time impact our air quality and impact our health. One research that was led by our colleague Eric in the SAP and also Charlotte said that we need an integrated one atmosphere approach. And this approach can help with lowering the emissions, cleaning the air, and also having better health, and at the same time, ensure cost-effective policies. However, the main question is, and this is the main question that I had in head when I read the fantastic work, how can we make this happen? So basically, I'm happy to lead this session because by the end, my question was, how can we make this happen? And this session will be all about how can we make this happen. And without further ado, We need, first of all, to understand why the one atmosphere approach is an urgent need today. And for this, I will be calling our inspiring chair, Drew. I know that you are very well known. I don't need to introduce you, to give us information or to answer this question, why is there an urgent need for a one atmosphere approach? The floor is yours, Drew. And let's welcome Drew, of course.
Thank you, Kenza, for that opening remarks to getting us started on the right page this afternoon. I'm going to talk about the science of the one atmosphere approach, and primarily the science here, because that's what I was asked to talk about, right? That's what the title says. What we have been doing with the one atmosphere approach, let's see if I can figure out how this works. Apparently not. Maybe I should talk without slides. I can just make things simpler. Well, the one atmosphere, there we go. Shared sources, right? The kind of things that we are interested in taking action on are things like use of solid biofuels, right? Things like motor vehicles, things that affect air quality, and things that affect climate, sometimes with the same pollutant, like an example would be methane or black carbon, sometimes because there's a mixture of pollutants that come out, but we have virtually no sources that we might take policy action on to affect climate or air quality that don't touch on the other issue. Some actions can result in trade-offs. We've seen that with some policies to encourage use of diesel vehicles because they have less CO2 emissions per mile traveled or kilometer traveled for non-Americans. And we've seen that can come with side effects with increases in ozone, right? So there's a pitfall, as Kenza eloquently put it, they're two sides of the same coin. And if you focus on one and ignore the other, you can engage in suboptimal trade-offs. Whereas if you focus on the super pollutants, still says SLCPs up there, but now that we're calling them the super pollutants, that's one of the things that makes it super to control these, is they can improve air quality simultaneously with mitigating climate change, as I think we all kind of know. I'm still gonna be technologically challenged. There we go. I think I just have to be patient is the issue. So there's a complicated picture going on, right? There's a whole region on the right of this chart with those emissions that affect climate change, and there's a whole region on the left that affect air quality, but really there's a big overlap, right? And the overlap is going to come with all of the aerosol precursors going into affecting particulate matter, and many of the gaseous species affecting tropospheric ozone, which is, of course, itself a greenhouse gas. Right? So this is just a way to illustrate that it is not so simple in most cases as pulling out the single pollutant we might want to focus on, right? And instead, the one atmosphere approach considers all the pollutants affected and their myriad impacts on the atmosphere after they are emitted. Now, to make it even more complex, but this is the world we live in, right? As we change emissions, which change atmospheric composition, right? This leads to effects on climate, but it doesn't stop there because many of those effects on climate come and they feed back around to air quality. So even if you consider something like hydrofluorocarbons, which don't directly affect air pollution, although many of the things you might substitute, such as more efficient cooling, could affect air pollution indirectly. But even for something like that, right, the level of HFCs in the atmosphere will affect our climate, which will in turn affect how many wildfires we have, which will have a profound effect on air quality. So again, you cannot isolate the effects of climate change from the effects of air quality. It works in both directions. Now, that's just one example. The arrows here have many more examples. Biogenic emissions from forests will be climate sensitive, NOx from soils, et cetera. There are many routes for feedbacks. And we don't include all of those because not all of them are well quantified, but we do include all the pollutants and all of the effects on climate and air quality that we know about. And that's been our methodology, our modus operandi, since the beginning, right? Since before the CCAC was even launched. And you can see this looking through the series of assessments we've been involved in and produced originally kind of as a one-off product to look at tropospheric ozone and black carbon, right? Because they were affecting both climate and air quality. And we looked at those back in 2011, catalyzing the launch of the CCAC in 2012. And ever since, there's a whole series of assessments along here, which always take the one atmosphere approach. They consider climate, they consider air quality, they consider these in an integrated way. And what they do is provide for policymakers not just an outline of the science, but they provide very specific, discrete list of actions that can be taken. I would say that's one of the, I think our science advisor, Nathan, BP, calls this the secret sauce of CCAC assessments. But they have been remarkably catalytic in launching first the CCAC, launching the Global Methane Pledge immediately following and based on the Global Methane Assessment. And that's because they look at a combined effect. They give different partners entry points that might suit their local conditions more. For example, a country might be really focused on air quality, or cities, right? The C40 group has been part of the CCAC for more than a decade now, right? Because cities are really interested in tackling local air pollution, and that's covered, right? Local air pollution is there, but if you're really focused on climate, that's there too. And one of the things that I would be remiss if I didn't mention is that part of the way that these assessments have come out to be so effective is because we have gatherings like this. We have science policy dialogues, which in my experience are almost unique in the way they really bring the scientists and the policymakers together to have interactive conversations. And I can tell you very definitively that the assessments such as the 2011 and the catalytic for the CCAC and the 2021 methane assessment, right? Those would not have been nearly as impactful if they hadn't been rather dramatically altered from the original scientific framing based on very useful and insightful feedback from policymakers about what they actually needed, not what we as scientists were trained to produce. So it's been a fantastic interaction over decades. I'm really looking forward to continuing that and happy to be at a science policy dialogue again today. I want to highlight one particular example from, I know you can't read all this because there's a lot of assessments. We've been busy at the CCAC. One of the ones we did quite recently is the African assessment. And this assessment shows how African governments can help moderate regional climate change and reduce the cost of adaptation. But the lens here, as you can see from the title, if you have good eyesight, right, is it's an assessment of pollution and climate change for sustainable development, right? So again, this came about from feedback from discussions with leaders in Africa that their top priority was ensuring sustainable development and getting their citizens out of poverty, which rates remain very high in much of, especially sub-Saharan Africa. And they didn't want a report that was just talking about how to make the environment better. They wanted a report that was front and center about development, and a development in a way that worked well with meeting their environmental goals, but that was not the primary motivation. We gave them a pretty long series of measures because there's a lot of work to be done. But again, this is not, they are not kind of somewhat more nebulous things that scientific analyses often produce. Things like change, it would be great if people's mindset changed and we were more focused on less resource intensive lives, right? That is fantastic for dealing with climate change. If we just use less stuff, there's less pollution. Not an easy thing for a policymaker to implement. And so these are very discrete measures. These are things where the technology exists, is already in use somewhere, and it needs to be brought to places where it's not in use or scaled up in those places, or it's behaviors and systems of, say, managing municipal waste that don't require advanced technology, but require systematic changes in management and practices. And so this list really showed African leaders that there was a pathway, right? They needed to implement these kind of measures. And if they did, they would get massive benefits, which I'll walk you through a few of those briefly. This is the change in emissions, and I wanted to include this in particular to show you that the measures are really integrated across air pollutants and greenhouse gases, right? So there's a long list of pollutants which you may or may not be able to make out, right? Greenhouse gases on the left going through some of the aerosols and ozone precursors. The kind of measures we're talking about affect all of these pollutants. Right? It's the one atmosphere approach in action. And going from just focusing on short-lived climate pollutants, or those first two bars, the reductions in emissions get bigger going up on this graph. And when you go to the agendas that include the African leader requested focus on sustainable development, you can see that that really aligns with achieving even much larger reductions than you get if you just focus on short-lived climate pollutants. So I think that this integration worked very well in both directions, in that they asked for us to link sustainable development, and in so doing, we found pathways that gave even larger reductions and therefore even larger benefits. And the benefits really were enormous. This is some of the benefits in terms of public health and their premature mortalities due to fine particulate matter there. What you can see is that under the baseline scenarios, these tend to go up in in all parts of Africa, in some regions very, very strongly up, regions with more industrialization and more automobiles and et cetera. Under the Agenda 2063 scenario, which is the agenda that the African Union came up with as a way to achieve their sustainable development goals, under that scenario, they often still go up, but not as much. And then when you put into place the kind of policies we talked about, you can really eliminate all these projected increases in premature deaths from air pollution in Africa. So really we're talking about saving millions of lives over the next 40 years. We're also talking about avoiding things like disruptions of regional rainfall. And that's what's shown here is under the baseline down in the Sahel region, West Africa especially, you get droughts is in the forecast under a baseline development because the rainfall bands essentially have shifted a little bit further south and they're off the edge of the continent, so it's still raining, but it's missing Africa, which is where you would want that. Under the Agenda 2063 scenario, you can essentially eliminate that drought. And one of the things that's really powerful about a message like this is that one of the things you hear from African leaders, and this is not exclusive to Africa, but you hear this from most of the countries that have not industrialized back in the 1800s. We didn't cause climate change. Our historical burden from our emissions of greenhouse gases is a couple % of the whole planet, right? So we didn't do this. If you look at African emissions today, they're larger than they were, right, back in 1800 as a percentage, but they're still really small. And so while it's very fair to say, oh, we're not the main contributor to this problem, therefore why should we take action on it? Well, it's a hard problem in some sense, because if Africa takes massive action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, hardly anything happens to climate because it just doesn't have that many emissions, right? But it does have some control over its climate destiny by results like this, where African actions can avoid things that are arguably at least as devastating, if not more so, than global warming, right? Like changes in regional rainfall. So it gives Africa some leverage over its own future. One more result to highlight the kind of things that have compelled us to always continue and re-emphasize, recommit to the one atmosphere approach is our most recent assessment from nitrous oxide from last year. And one of the things that happens when you take measures in the agricultural sector, which is the biggest sector emitting nitrous oxide, is that you also reduce ammonia and you reduce nitrogen oxides. And those things are very handy for improving air quality, right? You save a lot of lives again. This is a really good thing to do. But both ammonia and nitrogen oxides have an overall net cooling effect on the climate. So when you pull those out of the atmosphere, the planet tends to warm in the short term. Eventually, you get benefits as more and more nitrous oxide responds, but that takes a long time. It's a gas with over a century lifetime in the atmosphere. So it says we need to really consider the one atmosphere approach. As I mentioned, I think that, when you consider one atmosphere approach, you still would take these actions because of the massive improvements in air quality. And the only way you eventually get to the long-term reductions in warming from N2O. But it's not straightforward, and you need to know what you're getting into. And one of the responses to unmasking from taking out some of the ammonia and NOx should be to probably double down on things that can reduce warming more quickly, like methane and black carbon. When we put all of these together, you've probably all seen this kind of thing before, right? They're really providing us massive benefits from the super pollutants that are complementary and distinct from the benefits we get from reducing CO2, right? So obviously we have to do both these things, but we're not going to substitute one for the other. We're not going to get where we want to be unless both of these happen. And in both cases, if you consider the one atmosphere approach, which is really looking at the pathway to where you want to be, then you also find massive air quality benefits along the way. What's coming up, just to give you a tiny flavor of that, is we're currently in progress on 2 more assessments, both following the one atmosphere approach, looking at one on the agriculture and food systems. So building off of that work I just showed you on nitrous oxide, but expanding to more things we can do and more pollutants that are affected with measures especially targeting methane emissions, nitrous oxide emissions, reducing food waste and food loss, improving livestock production systems, et cetera. This is a joint project with the FAO and is well underway. The second is an assessment of the economics of climate and clean air, really showing how across a variety of scales, there are clear economic benefits when you use the one atmosphere approach. And in fact, this is already often very clear from individual studies for either climate or air quality, but not studies that have put the two together, right? So I think it's going to be very powerful. It's going to show that those that take action get benefits in the near term, which are very large, very, very profound, almost exclusively from air quality improvements, and benefits in the long term that become massive from climate change, but we remove this whole thing that you have to pay a lot now for something in the distant future, right? When you take the one atmosphere approach, you pay and you make changes, but you come out ahead right away. You come out ahead in cities, you come out ahead in countries, et cetera. We're trying to map the GDP of all of these things. So that's just a tiny flavor of what's coming. We are happy to have reviewers weigh in. So anybody in the room that has interest in either of these topics, please let the Secretariat know. We'll eventually be asking for reviewers as these progress over the next remainder of this year and into next year. I think that's it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Drew. So it seems like science is very confident about this. We scientists are sure, and our tools are pointing it out and saying that it will happen. But sorry, SAP, I'm changing hats. I'm putting the hat of a policymaker, and they will ask the question, how does this look like? And we are fortunate to have Charlotte in the room. So please, Charlotte, answer us. How does one atmosphere approach actually look like in practice? And Charlotte is a senior research associate at TRIFS. Her research focuses on global climate governance, climate policy processes, and the integration of climate and air quality policies. Charlotte, the floor is yours.
Okay. Wow, do you need to click? Hola a todos. Hola a todas.
Hello.
here, and thank you for inviting me to this panel and to this day. I'm really enjoying it. So, as introduced, I'm a social scientist at the Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam, Germany. So actually on this slide, you already see two little pictures of our buildings in Potsdam. So we're actually a publicly funded research institution there, which has a very broad focus on sustainability issues, but maybe the special point of about us is that we really have many different disciplines working together, working on what we call a transdisciplinary approach, actually. So what my plan for today is to say a few words on the challenges, the practical and science challenges to integrated approaches, or you can also say the one atmosphere approach that was already mentioned. And then, maybe also zoom in on what we might do about this, or what we thought about how to tackle this. So, let me first say a few words on the context that we're coming from, because I believe, well, our world is not getting any easier, and policy making is also coming at times where, well, we have multiple crises, and so we have increasing pressure on policy making, of course, climate change being one of them. But on the other hand, it's also getting much more complex. Just if you think of maybe the last COPs, where you have more and more issues being dealt with, from agriculture to health to SLCPs, under the climate policy roof. So this is actually very much to handle also for policy making, I would say. So this is maybe the situation that is globally happening. But then also, of course, if you look at the national level, making of integrated policies isn't yet there. So climate and air quality, I believe, are still very separate in policy making. Just if I think of my country, my home country, Germany, actually air quality is the topic, this theme that has evolved much earlier than climate policy. So air quality evolved probably in the 70s already, and then climate policy came on top of that. But the result of that is that we have actually that this is actually handled by different divisions. And in our last government, we even had air quality in one ministry and climate in another ministry, which of course then leads to lots of difficulties in the practice. And I think in the extremist case, this even leads to, well, it's a challenge, I guess. Well, I just go on. It leads probably often to competition between these divisions. So competition for budget, also how do you really handle this? Do you do reporting together? I guess most of the times reporting on climate emissions or on the greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants is handled differently. But also, for example, if I think of Germany, climate is definitely the area that gets much more budget, that gets more importance, if so to say. So just having these issues dealt separately in that sense, I guess practically brings a lot of problems with it. So also that's of course maybe intergovernmental, but of course if you think vertically, just all the the communication issues that you need to manage between talking to the very local level, to the very national level, and then air quality, I guess, is often still handled very more on the local level. So, for example, I guess there's in the city, our institute is in Potsdam. Transport is typically, of course, a local issue. Then climate policy is traditionally more dealt as a global issue. So I think there's there's still lots of practical challenges that come. yeah, of course, the good news is that, and I guess we all know that we have a different landscape, a different governance landscape. So we have this CCSC, for example, which is really what we've already heard, that is really engaging in a more integrated approach. But I guess also other governance landscapes like the Paris Agreement have advanced over time. So yes, I think this is good. But let's talk a little bit more about what, of course, is closer to my heart and what we would call the policy science interface. So this part where scientists and policymakers are actually supposed to work together to collaborate, because I think that's where also many challenges lie, which we live actually with in the practice. And I think this is especially the case for climate and air quality policies, especially, I guess, for climate. So also here, I think, for example, if I look back to Berlin, my hometown, I know that there is at least, well, there's probably 1 or 2 scientists who always have the ear of the government and the policymakers, whereas the rest, or the large rest of the scientists, well, I think many actually don't really know where to start, or maybe also what about their science is really relevant for policymakers. So even more if you really do like this basic science research. So what is this really that interests policymakers? So I think this is, of course, often a communication problem, but probably it goes also beyond this and the different challenges. How do you really interact policies and politician science? This is again challenging, but yeah. I think another point here is that if you look at these models, which we tend to use in science for climate, if you have the big scenarios, the passwords where you measure or have data on impact, what will actually happen in the future, then, or let's take the air quality models maybe, or in the ideal case, you have maybe at the end a number of avoided deaths that you have, then there's still a step missing to policymaking. So what do you actually do with this data? And I think this translation, that's often a lack, that's often a challenge that's not happened. So yeah, I guess also there's many practical constraints. So also maybe thinking of all these large models that model data on air quality or climate, whatever it is, it's often technically not that easy to integrate even more data. So you really need also the technical capacity for that, for example. And then maybe thinking even a step further, if you have very quantitative data and you want to add more social science data, like, so, for example, what is actually behavioral, or what are acceptance, justice issues, like the really more qualitative data, it's really difficult to integrate them into these science models. So it's really, I guess you see many challenges there still. Yeah. Okay, another, I guess these challenges, if we move on a bit in the challenges area, I think there's still many challenges within the science community as well. So probably many of you are aware that also in the science communities, climate and air quality are traditionally 2 separate areas where it takes time and communication and getting together and exchanging in forums like the CCAC to really, interchange and to bring together and to get to an integrated approach. But of course, for us as social scientists, often the most critical part is the social sciences that are often still lacking in this. So you actually, in this little cartoon that I picked here in my slide, I think this is actually a cartoon that was picked by the journal Nature, where they kind of try to show, well, not only that science often happens closed door, but often it's really elite, or it's really just in silos happening. And I think social sciences would be important, or it would be much more important to integrate them really because, well, the social sciences are the sciences that look at who is affected by policy, which groups will suffer most, which actors do we actually need to integrate, and who needs to be on board for this. These are the sciences that actually evaluate policies in the end. So let's say this is just the other half of data and facts that you might get from the more atmospheric or climate sciences. So I think this is often then also what you see as a result, if you don't integrate more social data, is that this link to justice concerns, like what we've heard this morning, like whether it's gender or just, who is affected or who will benefit, that's something that misses, and which often leads then to, if you come up with a policy and you didn't take into account the affected groups, where you will get opposition, where you will see we see communities who say, no, we don't want this. We don't want this. So yes. Let me come to a little bit more of this one atmosphere, or let's say solution-oriented approach. I guess the start of integrated policy making is, of course, that you need this holistic vision also. So, of course, you need data and you need some awareness and some facts of what the policy what the policy would bring, what it will deliver. But then you also need some sort of, well, maybe it's a master plan, but it's also this vision of that what will be integrated. And I think this vision or this master plan is something that you already want to discuss with affected communities, where you want to start already to integrate them and integrate stakeholders and have them to form a vision together, form a pathway together. And this is, I think, also super important then this is the step where you already integrate what they've called here frequently the co-benefits. So where you integrate what is really, who will get what benefits out of this climate and air SLCPs, master plan policy that you're making. So this is the stage. So I guess this is what brings you together throughout the policy process, which you then start really also strengthening within the government, strengthening within the different agencies. This is what we've heard often today already, that this is a point where you don't only work within the climate or the air quality division, but you bring in other agencies. And which is probably something that you need to update throughout the process. So maybe a last point on this. I think it's also, for policy making process, it's really important to think about windows of opportunities. So when do I really introduce a policy? At what point in the process? So just think of that there are some events that might be beneficial, that might help you with that. Just maybe an example would be if you think of the Olympic Games 2008 in Beijing, where the Chinese government, just because they would have these games, really implemented strong air policies just to get the skies cleared before these events. So this was clearly a good window of opportunity to implement these policies. You might wonder why I put this image here, this colorful snake game. It's actually also an image that was designed for the IPCC process, and I kind of like it because it shows that, you know, a policy or report making process can be really chaotic, and there are so many stages where you might want to integrate different people and ask different people, and it's taking turns and turns and turns, but in the end, you hopefully get a good result. So that's why I put it there. Yeah, and maybe the next step, that's something where I guess we've talked about like very frequently about today, but also, yeah, like during a whole meeting is of course this collaboration between different agencies, different governmental bodies, as well as integration of stakeholders. So we've heard this morning that it's important to talk to the finance ministries or divisions or the energy, and that's clearly part of the process. And I think there are probably some very, very good examples in this room. So I think one example is, for example, a nice one in Nigeria, actually, in our colleagues, where there is this SLCP office, the SLCP task force, where different people from different divisions talk together. So I guess, yeah, go and talk to them if you want to know more about their process. But I think this was very inspiring, their process. But I think there's much more that you can actually do to get, well, whether it's integrated vision or integrated policy making. So I guess it's really about bringing different stuff together, bringing stuff from different divisions, maybe have staff rotation, so getting the air quality people to the climate or the energy people, getting them really on board for this, or also it's really about strengthening, let's say, the integrative capacity and the capacity within these government agencies. And yeah, probably there's much you can do, from tagging budget to just yeah, get joint measures together. Yeah. So maybe the last step to get to a point is what we call integrated or standardized metrics and assessment methods. So I guess also we've heard that in a couple of examples. I think Ghana was a good example this morning, that you actually can put several different pollutants or gases in one report, and that you can report on them together and create a much richer outcome. I guess an example also already mentioned this morning was the Sleep IBC tool, which already gives you an overview of the benefits that you might harvest in this process. But I guess it goes beyond this, because then also clearly important step is to maybe simplify. This is probably a task also for a scientist, simplify these models or really tailor them to also the need of policymakers. What of my model, of my approach, what of my data is it that the policymaker really needs in this situation when they want to make the SLCP plan or the NDC or whatever. And the last point is, of course, what I'm very much in favor of is really complement this data with more social science knowledge or with more qualitative data. Yeah, because I guess just to close off, maybe this is a different way of standardization, but I think what social sciences really can do is when you have all these success stories like this, what we have in this room, you can probably the social sciences are good in looking at what are the commonalities between these examples. What are the success factors that all these examples, whether it's Nigeria or Chile or Ghana, what do they have in common, and what might be reproduced? What might be upscaled of that? I think this is something where maybe the social science can help. But yeah, I guess I would close this with this. Please apologize. It's a little bit with this slide showing slides. It's a little bit of a challenge actually here, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And by the way, I'm still under the hat of policymaker. And thank you, social scientists. You seem more empathetic with us. So I'm always a policymaker, and I'm very well convinced, Drew, I'm very well convinced, Charlotte, and I really want to make change. I see lots of success stories over there, but my reality is barriers and implementation and uncertainty. And the best way to treat uncertainty and the barriers is to talk about them, be aware of them and acknowledge them. And this is what will Nathan help us with. So Nathan, you are a science lead affairs or a science affairs lead in the CCAC, and you will share with us barriers to implementation from the last survey done. The floor.
I was told I should stay at the podium, but I refuse to be nailed down. This is the interactive part of, or the first interactive part of the Science Policy Dialogue. All, thank you very much, Kenzo, for that welcome. So I hope your energy is up. All I'm hoping to get a lot of feedback from you. So as Kenzo was saying, and I guess actually also thank you, Charlotta and Drew, for the excellent lead in. I think you will notice that my presentations and this work very closely ties into some of the things that Charlotta has said. You might say that we've got some good integration, horizontal integration between our presentations. Can you move me to this? So what I want to talk about with you today is something that that Charlotta was talking about and Drew was talking about, are implementation barriers. We know in science affairs and with the assessments in the CCAC, we are very, very good at assessing where emissions are going, the activities, technical and policy and behavioral activities that can be implemented to change emissions, assessing how in the net that change in emissions will impact climate and air quality, public health and development objectives. And usually in our assessments, that's where we end. We tell you, hey, you can do all of these fantastic things, and if you do these fantastic things in an integrated way, you will achieve amazing benefits, like with the 16 measures that founded the CCAC. You deliver 0.5 degree of avoided warming by the middle of the century, save 2.4 million lives every single year, and 110 million tons of crops that are being suppressed by exposure to tropospheric ozone. That's quite a story. That's quite a narrative. But with our assessments, usually we hand that over to you, and the hard work of implementing those measures when you get home falls on your shoulders, your strong shoulders. Of course, we have a lot of faith in all of you, but what we're doing with the assessments now and more broadly in science affairs, and I think more in terms of the implementation side of what we do in the CCAC now, is we want to start taking a more rigorous approach, a more systematic and scientific approach to assessing actual implementation barriers. So we think it's not just enough to tell you what can be done. It's also important to discuss what are the barriers when you get back home that are preventing you from implementing or slowing down implementation? Why are you not getting the traction that you want to get in your countries, in your agencies, to actually achieve the benefits that we all know can be achieved by implementing these super pollutant measures? And so we are conducting in our economic assessment, which Drew mentioned, and actually also in our agri-food assessment, a more robust and transparent barriers analysis to begin teasing out what are the barriers to these measures across 4 different categories of barriers: technological, economic, institutional, and social. Charlotta was talking a lot about the institutional barriers, which is fantastic because that's where we're going today. We don't have enough time to go through all of the barriers, so I want to take you guys through a process of looking specifically at institutional barriers to implementation. And so we will engage you in the next couple of slides with a Mentimeter voting and polling process. Hopefully all of you guys are aware of Mentimeter. You maybe have seen it before. Get your phones out. I will say right now, you're going to scan a QR code, and then I'm going to want you guys to respond to some online questions. While that's happening, we also have roving mics around the room, and I want to be able to draw some feedback from all of you. The process and the methodology that we're undertaking for the economic assessment is that we are surveying experts all over the world on, oh, thank you. Thank you, Scarlett. We are surveying experts all over the world to based on their expert opinion, tell us the scale of those 4 different categories of implementing barriers. How large are those barriers for particular measures in their experience, in their region, in their country, in their institution? When it comes to what this means for our economic assessment and all of our assessments going forward, I think it's really going to be quite transformative. I should say, in scenarios, we always have assumptions about barriers. It impacts how we assume, how quickly we assume measures can be implemented, the scale in which measures can be implemented. It's always part of the mitigation scenarios. But now we're pulling those out and in our engagement with you policymakers, we want to be able to quantify not only how extreme particular types of barriers are for particular measures, but we are using the analysis to try to quantify the temporal barrier caused by each of those components. We are assessing by measure in each region how much of a delay the barriers cause in aggregate for the implementation of these measures. And we will, in our assessments, then be able to translate that back into our models, and we will now be able to tell you in the assessment, because of how you've assessed these barriers, we expect, for example, a 10-year delay in implementation of banning open burning, for example, of agricultural waste. And because of that 10-year delay, we expect emissions to continue, and these are the climate and public health and sustainable development impacts of that implementation delay. In terms of your hard work of actually getting this done and achieving these benefits, that means that we can much more rigorously start looking at not just what the measures are, but what are the specific activities, the good practice examples, like what Charlotte was mentioning with Nigeria, to overcome the implementation barriers so that we can speed the process of changing this world for the better, like we hope we will. So this is the methodology that we're implementing for the economic assessment. Next slide, please. And as I said, today we're going to engage with you in a little short survey process. So please pull out your phones, open up this Menti using the QR code. We've got 2 questions that we want you to fill out in the Mentimeter, but I also want to engage with you. I want to get your feedback on your own personal experiences. The first personal experience we want to get from as many of you as possible are examples in your agencies, in your countries, in your life, where you have come across horizontal institutional barriers, the siloization, the lack of coordination, that have prevented you or slowed you in creating this one atmosphere integrated approach. So has everybody scanned the code? Okay. Switching over. Okay, so first question to all, on a scale of 1 to 10, from 1 being no barrier and 10 being an extreme and total impediment to action, can you, in your personal experience, quantify the level of barrier that the lack of horizontal institutional integration represents in your life when it comes to air pollution and climate, a one atmosphere approach? There are a lot of thumbs up. I like this. Okay. Where are we at? 1, 2. Looks like the average is a little over 7. Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? All right, this is looking good. Can we switch to the next slide? Okay, so we have roving mics around. So this is the part of the survey process. I will say we engaged in a mini version of this, more online with a number of country partners 2 weeks ago. So we have some results from that as well. And this, as part of this survey process, 1, we get our partners to scale the level of barrier in their experience, but then we also want very specific examples, as many of them as we can get from all of you. You guys are doing the hard work of implementation in your home countries, in your home agencies. So I'd love, we have about 10 minutes. I'd love if anybody is willing to to give a personal experience. We have one brave soul in the front here who would be interested in giving roving mics are coming.
Hi, thanks for that, Nathan. My name is Carlos de Regules. I come from Mexico. I was responsible for, my team and I were responsible for producing the first methane regulation for oil and gas in Mexico. And I guess the three key institutional barriers that we found was that the legal framework from which these regulations stemmed did not provide sufficient material consequences for non-compliance. So that's the laws as part of the institution was one barrier. The other one was that we needed dedicated leadership. It's not sufficient to just assign the task to somebody. It has to be a continued support for this leadership to be effective. I guess the third one was along those lines, real prioritization of these things. You need to allocate the time of the staff necessary to do this. It's not like you have the staff doing their everyday work and then on top of that you assign additional tasks. There has to be a dedicated effort.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. No one really respects how much time and resources are required for coordination. That's very good feedback. Anyone else? We have 10 minutes. Come on, you guys. This is day 3. We're a family here. This is an honest space. You can open up. Tell us your stories of woe and challenge. Okay, Oksana.
Okay, I can tell you that the way, or I mean, we are in UN system, so we are World Meteorological Organization. We have 193 member countries, and we work both on air pollution and on climate at the same time. And what we noticed is that it is very difficult to get over the institutional barriers because our entry point is National Met Service. In some countries, National Met Service do deal with pollution and climate, in the others not. In the countries there was a lot of progress made, even in the respect to climate. These are the countries where they have a dedicated commission on climate, which is cross agencies. For example, we've been working with South Korea, which established a national project for the quantification of emissions using observations. And they gone through the special climate commission, which was including the research institution, academia, Met Service, Ministry of Environment, and so on and so forth. So there was a special body at national level that allowed coordination. But as an institution, we see in WMO going to climate convention, ministries of environment, they do their thing. Going to COP, UNFCCC, there's ministries of environment, different departments. And then NMHSs are somewhere, Met Services are somewhere doing something, and they have no access to one or the other. So having the bodies within the governmental institutions or within the countries that allow cross-institutional collaboration is absolutely essential if you wanted to go across these barriers.
That's fantastic feedback. When it comes to, we're not perfect in the UN. I don't know if any of you guys know that, but this is a real sort of do as we say, not as we do situation, since we're not integrated at all between WMO, WHO, and UNEP, particularly on air pollution. But the impact of national integration and how that can feed up into what we do within the UN, I think is really instructive. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to start calling on people here. Elissa, and then Fayez, and then Beatriz.
Okay.
Oh wait, who's got the phone? Oh, okay. Yes.
Hello everyone. I am Umar Tambura from Mali, a CCSC national consultant. Given a role of national consultants in supporting the implementation of climate and air quality actions in countries, we are working horizontally with several sectoral ministries and other stakeholders. And our work involved many consultation and time taking. So how can we assure clear and long-term mandate to national consultants so that they can carry on their work in continuity and with increased effectiveness? Because a national consultant is supposed to work on the short-time periods, it's clear. So I think this is really necessary as we are the window of communication with or other stakeholders at national level. Thank you. So this is my question.
Thank you. I'm not going to answer your question, but we're going to, I mean, that's really important feedback. I mean, the national consultants in a real sense are the responsible agents for that horizontal coordination in countries. So ensuring that you have the institutional role and capacity and length of sustainable support to fill that role is, I think, yeah, critical feedback and something we need to address. Yeah, Elissa, Fayez, and then I think, yeah, Beatriz, and then we'll take, yeah, and then you, and that's it. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Alyssa Acco with Spark Climate Solutions. And a problem that I've had as a scientist trying to support improving policy-making decisions is that the inventories that house the emissions for air pollutants, for example, are different than the inventories that house the emissions for the greenhouse gases. And as we all know, there's a lot of overlap there. So when I'm trying to include all the different emissions that are impacted by a specific action in order to inform policymakers, I run into a bunch of challenges with different metrics being used, different formats, different just scales, spatial scales, time scales. So that's a major challenge that I've struggled with as a scientist trying to support policy in this space.
For those of you who know me, I promise I did not tell her to say that. That was organic, and I fully agree. It's 100%. Can I ask Fayez and Beatriz, if you stand up when you speak? Thank you, Alyssa. So 1, 2, 3, and then we have to move to the next one, or you guys are going to miss your coffee break. Does he? Where are the mics? Okay, we'll do Beatriz first, and then we'll go to.
One of the things that I see has worked is when exactly is related to the previous comment about emissions inventory. When you have an integrated emissions inventory, it's much easier. And when you have the head of, I will say that the case that I witnessed in Mexico City, the Secretary of Environment, she will ask both climate change and air quality, tell me what is the impact. So when you have that tool, then you can see at least for emissions, what is the impact. And then if you have the other team members, at least to see if there is any negative impact. So that would be the idea. And the other thing that I mean, sometimes there's the idea, right? When you have like an integrated collaboration among the different areas of agencies. The other one that I think it works is when we, ourselves, if you are an air quality or you're a climate person, you go with your colleagues and talk about it. And I think that's something that we have to do like bottom up and top down. Ideally, the structure should help us to be integrated. If there is not happening, we should do that, right? And I think that's what we have been doing here, right? Talking to each other. And maybe like part of the things that can we make sure that to this conference, both people who are working on air quality, sectoral approach, and climate are here. Because it's only in that way that we share our visions and we identify the connections. Thank you. Beatriz Cárdenas from WRI, sorry.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic.
Actually, what I see the problem that we have two kind of problems, the internal problem and external problem. The internal problem is coming from the lack of coordination among the relevant agencies that are related to air and air pollution and climate change. And this actually, and this is also due to the sometimes the weakness of the legislation, that there are different laws and different legislation and they are not homogenized, so that the rules and responsibilities are not clear in most of the, let us say I'm coming from the Middle East and North Africa, these are not really, the roles and responsibility among those agencies are not clear. And then the external factor is actually that you see that most of the donors in our region are focusing more on the climate change. And only we have the WHO only focusing on air pollution issues, so that there should be like any in their board file that in each country that they should have the air pollution part of this, their let us say their activities or their initiatives that they are taking into consideration in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please. All right, I see you guys. Give me a second here. Yeah.
Thank you. Katia Aguilar from the National Meteorological Institute of Costa Rica. When I started at the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica at the Environmental Quality Direction, we had in charge the air quality management, and it was separated from the Climate Change Directorate. On 2014, I was transferred to the Climate Change Directorate, and there we tried to unify or integrate, because at the beginning we were with the high volume method, measuring the PM10 and doing the criteria pollutant inventories, and the Climate Change Directorate was working with the greenhouse gases inventory with the help of the National Meteorological Institute. So at the beginning, the science was completely separated. Then we found out, well, both inventories are showing us that the transport is an issue, at least in Costa Rica is the main source. So we try to have all that data together right now at the National Meteorological Institute. The science is unified there, and we have the metric system on climate change, and also we have by now low-cost sensors. So our goal is to report to the Climate Change Directorate as well as to the Environmental Quality Management Directorate that were separated. But sometimes the issue is the allocation of resources, because sometimes there's more money allocated for climate change, and we need to spread the word, or maybe more capacity building in order to get the world to know that if you work on actions for air quality, you will impact as well climate change goals.
Thank you very much. With your indulgence, guys, this is what I love about the CCAC, is that we refuse to be negative. We're a very positive institution, and it's all about taking action. So you guys have refused to stick just with your problems. You've also talked about solutions, which is actually the next survey question. So with your guys' indulgence, there will be another feedback session in a second after everybody does another poll. And I will challenge you, if you have a challenge to talk about, please also discuss a solution, and then we'll take you both in a minute. Let's do one more Menti poll. What happened? Yeah. Okay, so talking specifically about the horizontal lack of integration, we have, from the initial set of survey results that we conducted a couple of weeks ago, we've distilled out a couple of solutions that we drew from the feedback from those partners. We'd like everyone on Menti to look at those solutions. I'm not saying this is a dispositive list. There are going to be more solutions, obviously, but please try to rank these solutions based on your experience in terms of the level of effectiveness that they would have at overcoming the lack of integration at horizontal integration at an institutional level. I think we've got some clear winner here. Oh, here we go. this might be a very American thing, I can't tell. This will probably just be for Drew, but it's at county fairs in the United States, they have these little, these carnival games where you spray water at a hole and you have a little horse run along. There's a little racing game. I feel that's how that was just for me. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. I don't know if that happens anywhere else. This feels like a carnival game to me, is what I'm saying. It's very exciting. Here we go. Who's going to win? And it doesn't have to be just one solution. Obviously, these are complex problems, but for our purposes today, we're looking for a clear winner. And I'm going to say it's integrated policy frameworks and joint monitoring systems. Win it by a nose. That's Blue Ribbon Prize, first place. Can we move to the next one? Okay, now we're back to the feedback stage. We'd love to hear again from all of you. This time, I know a lot of you have already told us what your solutions were, but this is a moment to start talking about how you've overcome, what's your experience in overcoming some of these barriers to horizontal integration. So we'll start with you guys up there. And please don't feel like you need to limit yourself to those examples on the previous slide. If you have other examples, we'd love to hear them.
Thank you so much. This is Abhishek Kaur from Council on Energy, Environment and Water from India. One of the examples, one of the challenges has often been that while we have very motivated bureaucrats at the top level, in the middle tier of governance who are actually responsible for the day-to-day implementation, there is a lack of coordination and lack of motivation and lack of skills. So there is a need for capacity building and also very clear directions from the top on what to do. Because often for mid-ranking officials, there is no incentive to do something new, but there's great amount of risk. If you try to do something and something goes way off, then they start becoming the so-called punching bags or risk in their professional career. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any examples of how that could be overcome or has been overcome?
Right. So without going into specific ministry issues, but there has been a case where, at the national level, the orders went out, but at the state government level, the implementation was not happening at a particular pace. So we kind of reached out, and finally, when the national government wrote letters to the respective state governments, top officials, and then the state governments wrote the letter to their sub-ranking people who are under their cadre, only then things started happening, moving on the ground. So written down orders from their immediate bosses and not just allied ministries and other allied parental, but direct accountable supervisors, until that comes in, is very difficult to get things moving on the ground. Yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Deo Kure from EACO, Uganda. We are a non-state partner of the CCSE. But we do work across, obviously, 16 other cities across Africa. This is a big problem. I guess maybe, to be fair, not unique to climate and air pollution. I think it's really many other spheres of climate action as well. So 2 years ago, we took some time to kind of review all the different NDCs from Africa, not the better one. And what we are looking for in every NDC is the keywords that they mention on air pollution and air quality. I think less than 10 of them actually had the specific words. And I think that tells that maybe it's a problem that probably, is fairly global in a way. But in terms of a case study from Uganda, I think one problem the solution we have demonstrated, and this can be found in the AQMX, actually, it's published and it's there already, is that trying to adopt a co-design participatory philosophy. What does that mean? I think coordination is probably not just coming at the tail end of a project, but rather there are avenues where you can actually be able to have, build synergies at the point of developing a project. And that even could include, we come from academia, could include at the point of developing a proposal, for example, right? So that kind of core design, it really allows things to happen more naturally, and there is stronger buy-in from the different stakeholders. I think the other thing I also wanted to mention is that maybe not just institutional, kind of from this point of government collaborations, but rather transdisciplinary, kind of cross-sectoral. So that can, take us to great lengths in terms of closing that gap. And our success story, this is in Uganda, is out of that within a period of 5 years, we're able to develop the first air quality regulations in Uganda. Was launched last year. And I'll tell you, about 55% of countries in Africa don't have an explicit air quality law. So within a period of 5 years, and work with all the people, climate folks, air quality and all the other people coming together to kind of make this a reality. And the NDCs I started with, the less than 10 that they found, Uganda was one of them. And this is because of those coordinated efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, we're a little bit behind. We're starting to eat into coffee break. So let's take one more or two. We've got, okay, two more. You here, and then I will, okay. Let me also say that you guys, before you start, sorry, you will have an assignment during coffee break. There are no breaks here, okay? You can have coffee. Caffeine's important. I'm from Seattle, the home of Starbucks, so I believe strongly in caffeine. But you have to keep talking to each other about barriers and solutions, because there's going to be another 10 to 15 minutes after the coffee break to provide a little bit more feedback. And I'm going to tell you guys how you did in your survey results as compared to the other group, and whether, which one of you guys, which group set won in this competition. So Young, would you be willing to hold it till after a coffee break? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so 1 and 2, and then coffee and cake.
All right, thank you. I'm Kwaku Asante from Ghana, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. For the coordination, the experience we've had has been the implementation of vertical and horizontal policy coherence arrangement in our project. And what we were able to do was, number one, the combination of different capacities and institutions from civil society, I representing the public sector, so we having civil society and then farmer organization with CG Center, all coming together under Agriculture Associated Emission Reduction. It was really fantastic to see that synergy building from that cross-sector to strengthen local policy arrangement, and then working upwards towards engaging African level, AU level stakeholders were also encouraging. And so if we have committed regional level leadership, supporting the agenda and understanding their responsibilities to leverage the resources that are available, I think that once that support is coming from the regional levels, ECOWAS, Southern Africa, East Africa, all these leaders combining, and then developing strategic directions for their member countries, then we have a proper vertical coherence that then feeds the national level engagement to strengthen the horizontal engagements as well. And that was very well demonstrated in our project in the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, if I may, as the microphone comes down here, would you put your hand up? It's interesting between the two of you and vertical coherence and integration is another type of institutional barrier that comes up quite a bit. And the gentleman from India gave a good example of that, but you gave an example of how vertical coherence allowed for overcoming the vertical coherence barrier actually allowed you to overcome the lack of horizontal coherence barrier. So you're addressing one type of barrier to get at another. I think it's a very useful example that you provided. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Stephanie Montero from Clean Air Institute. Just a quick comment. I would add into the table the health sector. I believe if, like we are fighting climate change and we're fighting air pollution in the end because of health. So if we see that not only integrated action would be more efficient, no, it would also have synergistic effects on health. So I think it's there's a key actor there that we're not talking about. So thank you.
It's a very good point. Thank you. Okay. You are released, but you have an assignment. You have to come back. I expect some more feedback. So as I said, we're coming back in 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes is the consensus. So you have to be back in here, butts in seats, well caffeinated at 3:46. I can yell a lot louder than this microphone, so I'm going to come and get you guys if you're not in here. So please, coffee's over there, cakes are over there. Keep the conversation going, and then we'll have one more feedback session in this dialogue. Thank you very much for your participation thus far. I need some caffeine. I don't feel like my brain's. I'm firing on like 5 pistons right now. That's a carnival game.
Certain things Americans do, other countries just
Ready to fry? Yes.
Do we have can we get a deep fried pickle to go with that carnival game? And people are like, what?
On a golden bed, there's a skeleton choking on a crust of There's a fossil that's trapped in a high cliff wall. There's a dead someone frozen in a waterfall. There's a blue whale beached by a springtide sail. There's a butterfly trapped in a spider's web. I have stood it before inside the pouring rain, with the words turning circles running round my brain. I guess I'm always hoping that you'll end this rain, but it's my destiny to be the king of pain. King of pain, I'll always be king of pain. I'll always be king of pain. I'll always be king of I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me. I discovered that my castle stands upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you'd gone there was never an honest word. But that was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and a wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name, never an honest word. But that was when I ruled the world. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes. And no one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, to tell only lies. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to feel these feelings like I do. I'm loving you. No one beats back as hard on their anger. None of my pain can show through. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to be mistreated, to be defeated behind blue eyes. No one knows how to say that they're sorry, and I'm worried. I'm not telling lies, but my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. Your love is king, crowned you with my heart. Your love is king, never needs to part. Your kisses ring round and round and round my head, touching the furry part of me. It's making us so sick, tearing the very heart of me. I'm crying out for more. Your love is king. crowned you with my heart. Your love is king. You're the ruler of my heart. Your kisses ring. Round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. I'm crying out for more. Your love is king. I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming. You're making me dance inside. I'm coming. Oh, your love is king. Crowned you with my heart. Your love is king. Never need to part. Your kiss is real. Round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. Searing the very heart of me. I'm crying out for more. Touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. Your love is king. Your love is real. Got around my heart. Your love is king. Never need to part. Your love is king.
When I opened your letter yesterday, I could not believe in my eyes. 'Cause I've already given all I had to give, and I think I must have slipped your mind. But I remember not so long ago, I gave it all, it's gone. I give it all to you. Now I'm living on borrowed time, but it's mine. Oh, do you hear me? I cannot believe it's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the voice of your moderator. Please come back to your seats. Thank you. Obrigado. I have, yeah, okay. No, Kenza's gonna do it, but I've got one last little.
Do you hear me? I cannot believe it's true. Are you ready to defeat you?
All right, no, we got it. Yeah, we're running over here. Scarlett, you've got the loudest voice in the room. Go yell at everybody over there. No, I can do it. I'm. All right, thank you, Scarlett. Every minute of delay is one less minute you get to spend having beer and cachaça at the reception. You guys, I'm not yelling at you. You guys are fantastic. I'm angry at those people over there. You guys get extra credit.
And everybody's watching her, but she's
Got some muzak while we're waiting. Did you yell at everybody? Excellent. All right. Can you guys put up the slide then? Are we changing? Oh, we need to go to the next one. The Proximo. Oh, okay, one more. Scarlett, is there one more before the results? Was that it? Okay. Welcome back. You guys are tardy. Yeah, that's you guys are losing house points. I have 3 little boys that are in school in Bangkok now, and it's the first time I've been introduced to a school system that has houses, like Harry Potter, Hufflepuff style, and they have house points, which is a very strange concept for me. I didn't grow up with that, but my boys, they never lose house points. They are never late. You guys, I haven't sorted you into houses yet, but if I had a sorting hat. Okay, let's begin. I think there are going to be a few more people filtering in, but as I said, do we have roving mics? I want to make sure we're still, okay, thank you, Juliet and Fiona. We have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to give you guys, because I know you all did your assignment, you kept talking about this topic while you were out there. I want to give you an opportunity, anybody who provide additional feedback or examples of barriers or solutions that are potentially not limited to the institutional. The other 3 categories that we had, and again, that's not a dispositive list, but social barriers, financial and technological barriers. You are free to write it down if you would like to provide written feedback, or otherwise, we've got a couple of minutes to hear from anybody if they'd like to speak. Human resources. The caffeine hasn't kicked in yet. Or maybe you were all out sambaing last night. Our Brazilian co-chair forced us to samba until 12:30 last night. There are some people who woke up this morning with aching legs. 4 hours of samba will do that to you. Maybe it makes you, that gentleman right there, his legs are aching. That's why he's sitting down. I see you, Kevin. Both co-chairs forced us. That's true. It was you can't deny it when it's the 2 of them combined. I'm not going to call on people. So if anybody has additional feedback, we'd love to hear it. But while we're waiting, I will say, as I said in the intro, the assumptions about barriers and how these categories of barriers impact uptake, the speed of implementation in countries of the measures that we identify, is always been inherent and embedded in the process of developing our assessments. But they've always been somewhat hidden because it's It's always been in the scenarios. And as Drew said in his introduction, we are in the business of policy relevant science, which is something that I think we do very well. The secret sauce that we do very well is not possible without all of you. Being able to have this, in many cases, very real-time science to policy interface is one of the reasons why our assessments are so transformative. And as it pertains to these institutional barriers and societal barriers and technological and financial barriers, we want to take this science policy interface to the next level. These assumptions in the models, because we have all of you who are doing the hard work every day of trying to overcome these barriers and you're experiencing them, we don't want to waste this opportunity to test the assumptions of those barriers with you, get feedback on it, improve our science and our modeling, but also we believe that this will unlock a new and additional area of rigorous work and capacity in the CCAC, where we can take a much harder and focused look at not just the measures and how much it costs to implement them, but how do we address those barriers? What are the good practice examples? What are you guys doing out there that is transformative, that can speed implementation? This is my old boss, Durwood, used to say, Durwood Zelke, who I'm assuming great many people in this room know, winning slowly is losing in this game. And overcoming implementation barriers has always been critical, but it will continue to be more and more critical as climate and air pollution and development impacts compound in these years. We need to figure out how to speed action. And so I want to, no hands have been raised. So I want to thank all of you for engaging in this process. This is something that we're going to be doing in the SAP in a much more rigorous way. It's going to be a larger part of our assessment process. And I appreciate you all joining us for this. And if I may, can we go to the next slide? All right, these are the results from the online survey that we conducted before the annual meeting. With the countries that we surveyed, they identified horizontal institutional siloization and the lack of coordination as a 6.83. Now, we haven't collated your results, but it looked like from my eyes that you guys were somewhere in the 7.3 range. So I think the results, they correlate rather well. I'm impressed. Thank you very much. I don't know which one who's the winner, but thank you for engaging in this survey. We also asked actually which super pollutants in particular were implicated in the barriers or the solutions that they suggested. And so this is a breakdown of what they said. So a smattering across all of the super pollutants, but in particular, the institutional barriers were worse when it comes to PM 2.5 and methane, which I think is quite unsurprising, but did cover all of the super pollutants. So again, thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause, and I'm going to hand it back over to Kenzo.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for the fascinating session. And I really, I 100% agree that institutional barriers are the one who should be at the top. And I just want to highlight or thank my friends who mentioned the National Weather Services, as I was a former worker for the National Weather Service, and definitely I agree with what you have said. So now we are moving to the integration within other sectors, and we will talk about the health sector. And I will be calling Yung Sunu to talk about how the short-lived climate pollutants and air pollution can fit into the health conversation. And Yung is the Director General of the International Union of Air Pollution Prevention and Environmental Protection Associations. He is also a professor of environmental engineering at Konkuk University in Seoul, Korea. And please applaud Yung.
Hello, everybody. This is a troublemaker, right? Okay, hello everybody. My name is Young Sunwoo. I was going to be the first one to use a roving mic, and Nathan sort of stole my thunder here a little bit. Like I was introduced, I'm the Director General of IUAPA. It's an international NGO. Title's kind of long. It's the International Union of Air Pollution Prevention and Environmental Protection Associations. I'm also a professor of environmental engineering, and during the talk, I'm going to put on my professor cap for a little bit also. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to talk in this science policy dialogue session. Nathan and all the other people, thank you for this invitation. Second item I talk about is that I had a 26-hour flight time only trip from Korea, and my luggage did not arrive in time. So I couldn't prepare the slides as the way I wanted to because I didn't have any time to edit. It was funny because 4 hours before this right now, the luggage arrived and I got to put on my better clothes. So at least I wasn't wearing jeans and my sweatshirt. Okay, so the title of my talk is One Atmosphere and One Health, incorporating SLCFs into the air pollution health discussion. We talked a lot about one atmosphere. Let me talk a little bit about, all right, here we go. Okay, let me talk a little bit about One Health. Many of you probably haven't heard of it in this kind of a term. If you look at, I don't know if you can read it, but if you look at the textbook definition, it's called a multidisciplinary and collaborative strategy that recognizes the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. For most of us, what we feel is that when people talk about One Health, it's the inclusion of animals, okay? Plants and ecosystem also, but mostly One Health is talking about inclusion of animals. But there is a wider sense. When you talk about one atmosphere, there's a wide, kind of a definition and a narrow definition. It's the same thing with One Health. You can talk about it with involving animals, like the second line there, you talk about studying zoonotic diseases, airborne pathogens and so forth. That's the relationship between One Health and air pollution. And then the last line, the last paragraph would be relationship with climate change and One Health. So you talk about climate adaptations for humans and wildlife. But if you take it in the wider sense, I think that's where my +1 is going, is that One Health talks about prioritizing health, okay? There was a time when we were talking about air pollution management in a different sense. We only talked about emissions, okay? And then it sort of shifted to talking about concentrations and like hotspots. Now, I think everybody's talking about health, okay? So we talk about exposure, human exposure, and also exposure to animals and the ecosystem. Okay, but as far as one atmosphere goes, these are all kind of old slides, so you have to bear with me here. But one atmosphere, Drew talked about one atmosphere, other people talked about one atmosphere also. From an atmospheric chemistry standpoint, the one atmosphere was the oxidants such as OH radical and ozone. It involves the whole gamut of atmospheric chemistry. Okay, so even with PM, ozone, water quality, even acid rain and toxics, it's all one, because the oxidative capacity of the atmosphere is all interrelated. And then we all know from the CCAC that climate and air pollution is related, okay? That's ozone sort of representing air pollution. And then even with biogeochemical cycles, it's a big, these are all very old slides, but it's all interrelated. The thing I wanted to get you to get from these three slides was there was a common denominator, ozone, okay? We had ozone representing air pollution, ozone, okay? And you could put even ozone here because it's also an oxidant. Tropospheric ozone is very important. Now, yesterday in our science policy dialogue, Tom Grillis was talking about a Clean Air Fund study that they have done. They use the term forgotten SLCF, okay, forgotten SLCP or forgotten super pollutant. We don't talk a lot about tropospheric ozone in our community. One of the big reasons is it's a secondary pollutant. It's not emitted, it's made in the atmosphere, so it's much more complex. But it's so important, okay, it's very important. 0.23 degrees C, that's an amazing amount of increase in potential temperature. And then you also have it being an air pollutant, 0.5 million deaths, okay? I'm sorry, 500,000, 500,000 deaths attributed, premature deaths attributed to the ozone, excuse me. Drying up there. And then we also have the impact on agriculture and so forth, okay? So, why act on tropospheric ozone? They had a report, Cleaner Fund, Case for Action on Tropospheric Ozone. Win-win-win situation, climate, health, and agriculture, okay? Tropospheric ozone has increased by 40%, okay? So how do we treat this? With integrated multi-pollutant approach. Now, I'm gonna put on my professor hat here. For the science people, this is a very old hat, but there's a lot of people who don't understand how complex tropospheric ozone can be. Beatrice told me not to use that word complex, but I'm gonna use it anyway. Okay, so nonlinearity. What does that mean, nonlinearity? Okay, linear means obviously if you have a, X and Y equals MX plus B kind of a line. Basically means that if you have the X variable increase, the result, Y variable will also increase in a proportionate fashion, okay? So if you have ozone being made in the atmosphere by another compound, okay, A plus B equals C, if you want to decrease C, you have to either decrease A or B, right? That will be in a linear relationship, okay? Unfortunately, tropospheric ozone is very nonlinear, and I want to show you an example. Okay, for this plot here is what is called the Egma diagram. For the scientists here, I know there are a lot of problems with this diagram. The quantitative value of this, and there's too many, too much of a high concentrations and all that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just using it as an educational tool, so just bear with me there. Okay, so the x-axis is VOCs, and y-axis is NOx, okay? These are what are called precursors of ozone. That's what make ozone in the atmosphere. So if you increase VOCs and you increase NOx, these are contour plots that have higher concentrations as you go to the upper right-hand corner, low concentrations as you go to the lower left-hand corner, okay? Let's say your city is in a situation of this red dot here. That would be like this much concentration of VOCs and this much concentration of NOx. That would result in an ozone concentration of this much here along this contour line. So everybody following me here? Okay, let's say that you try to decrease ozone by decreasing NOx. Okay, you're leaving VOCs the same and you're decreasing NOx this much, you get a decrease in ozone of this much. Okay. Now, instead of decreasing VOCs, if you decrease, instead of decreasing NOx, if you decrease VOCs, this is what happens. Okay, so you get a less of a decrease in ozone. All right, so if you're in this kind of situation, you would rather decrease NOx than decreasing VOCs. That's the policy decision we can make. But if you're in a situation like this, up here, from this example, previous example, you have a lot more NOx and a lot less VOCs. Let's see what happens. If you decrease VOCs, you get a substantial decrease of ozone, okay? So that would be a nice policy decision. Now, instead, if you decrease NOx in this kind of a situation, what is happening? You're increasing ozone. Let me repeat that. You're decreasing a so-called precursor of ozone, a compound that helps in the making of ozone. And in order to decrease ozone, you're reducing NOx, and you end up actually increasing ozone. That's the nonlinearity of ozone formation in the troposphere, the chemistry that's going on. Scientists, this is like basic atmospheric air pollution 101, okay? But for policy decisions, this is extremely important. There have been already case studies of governments making the wrong decision, wasting tons of money because they didn't base their policy on science. It happened in Atlanta. It happened in Japan, okay? Because they didn't base their air pollution policy on science. Okay, oops. So we know all about the health effects of tropospheric ozone, right? All these respiratory problems, cardiovascular problems, and so forth. I want to show an example in my second half just about Seoul, about Korea, okay, because that's where I know the best. We have done a lot of work, especially since all these times of the particulate pollution problem, the PM problem. We almost had a disaster before the COVID strike. We've worked very hard. All the other pollutants have gone down, mostly in concentration. What is this? This is ozone. Ozone has been increasing. This has been the case for a lot of the Far Eastern countries. If you look at just the Seoul metropolitan area, which is sort of like Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi province, you can imagine it sort of like being Maryland and Washington, D.C. The increase has been very substantial, okay? So suddenly worsening concentrations. We have a 1 hour standard for ozone and an 8 hour standard for ozone. We've never met the 8 hour standard for ozone, never, okay? So we're all worried about the PM problem. Ozone has never been met. But of course, PM you can see visibly a lot, better than you notice ozone, right? So these couple of slides I added the past week because I just attended a advisory committee that Seoul was doing a project on. The project was study on establishing a roadmap for detailed ozone monitoring and reduction. They put out the project a couple of months ago, and then they invited people to bid on it and stuff. So we were assessing the people who wanted to work on this project. Now, you can't solve the problem in 1 year. It's been a problem for decades. But Seoul was attempting to do something about ozone, so that was good, all right? During this meeting, I pointed out from my advisory committee standpoint about the lack of approaches, proper approaches that was being carried out. Lack of one atmosphere and lack of one health. That's why I incorporated this in this slides in this discussion. So what was the lack of one atmosphere approach? Can't do it alone, meaning Seoul can't do it alone, okay? As you know, tropospheric ozone is not just an urban problem, it's a regional problem. So you would have to, like, if it was Washington, D.C., you can't just measure Washington, D.C. concentrations and solve the problem or understand the problem. Even Maryland will not be enough. In Korea's standpoint, you would have to also include China, okay? There was no mention of climate within the entire proposal. Climate change was not even mentioned once, okay? So any kind of simultaneous impacts or dual synergies and everything was not treated. What about One Health? There was no definitive target that was mentioned, meaning, are you trying to lower the average concentration of ozone? Or are you trying to lower the number of exceedances of the 1 hour standard or the 8 hour standard? Maybe lower impacts on plants and so forth? That would be more of the concentration on the suburbs and stuff. Believe it or not, depending on what your target is, the policy would be different, okay? If you know the science behind this, the policy of trying to get the lower exceedances of the 1 hour standard and policies for trying to lower the exceedance of the 8 hour standard would be different. You don't have a target, you don't know where you're trying to go, okay? So, in summary, let me just talk about the second one first. This one atmosphere, one health approach is not applicable only to ozone. It was the best example I came up with, but it's not only applicable to ozone. The thing I really want to stress is the first line there. We're talking about the science policy dialogue here. Air pollution policy and a lot of other policies like SLCP policies and climate change policies must be based on science. Okay. There has been too many wasteful policies in too many governments that have not based their policies in science. That's why this kind of a meeting, this kind of a gathering is so important. Nathan mentioned, okay. It has to be based on science and the correct science. And then the science policy dialogue, communication is so important. Okay. The last thing I want to mention was that when Nathan was doing this poll, there's nobody here or nobody else here from South Korea. Okay. Oksana was talking about how the government, they had some problems. Even within the Ministry of Environment, the division of climate change, the division of air pollution, they don't talk to each other that well, okay? The thing I want to point out was that it depends, it's, you know, we're all human. We know of cases where somebody suddenly comes into government and starts changing all the policies, right? Well, that's the same thing that happens in the Ministry of Environment in Korea. Depending on the leader, who is the leader of a certain division or the ministry, the complete attitude is different. But it never lasts because, you know, government people always circulate, okay? So communication and this kind of a gathering, I think is completely important, very important. We have to keep trying to educate the policymakers. And I think that's the key here. Being a professor, you know, education, I think, is a very key component of this science policy dialogue. And that's all I have. Thank you.
But yeah, anyways, you were all very welcome to the reception, but you cannot leave this room until the SPD is done.
Thank you, Nathan. Anyways, your announcement is better than mine. First of all, I want to thank you so much, Dr. Young, for the perspective of bringing the ozone. And I definitely, you remembered me through your slide about when you were comparing ozone and NO2 and the non-linearity, remember me about COVID, because when NO2 went down, O3 increased, and then policymakers wanted the information, and because we were in a crisis period, science was there to say, this is why this is happening. So thank you so much for bringing this, and let us go ahead with this discussion, and I will invite the members of panel. So please, distinguished members, please join me in the panel, and I'm calling Dr. Drew Schindel, Charlotte Young-Sunu, Anna Maria Gran, Claire Ellie Johan, and Jose Abraham Ortiz Alvarez. Please join me in the panel. It's a pleasure to go with this discussion forward. And I will start with Drew. And the question would be for you, Drew. So based on the discussion today, what do you see as the most urgent action the CCAC should take to implement the one atmosphere approach?
Great. Well, it's hard to give a very brief answer to that given the myriad of barriers that were raised today. But going by Nathan's interactive results from the survey, right? It was this discord between different parts of the government that seemed like one of the major barriers. And so I think, and that's a notoriously challenging thing to deal with. But one of the things that I think we heard from several people is having a national consultant, right, means there is a person whose primary job is to work across these things. And I think that that's not necessarily enough. It's a good start, and I think it can be very helpful to have well-trained and well-informed about super pollutants national consultants. But another example is with Brazil. The Brazilian government essentially committed to very strong super pollutant action, and in turn was given essentially a team. The A team, come in, we'll get all these experts who can work across air pollution communities, across public health, across climate communities. And I think it's maybe not possible to do that every country in the world because it's obviously resource intensive. But these kind of a single or multiple consultants, I think can hopefully, if embedded in the right place, the place where there's leverage, right, which like we heard about from Charlotte, amongst others, it's key to know which place has the potential to make a difference. But we heard that having a person there whose primary job is to work on this issue, I think can be really important.
So CCAC, please note this. We need a national consultant who will work on this, and it's about human potential. Thank you, Drew. And my second question would be for Charlotte. And Charlotte, from a governance perspective, what are the key reforms needed to integrate climate and air quality policies?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I guess I wouldn't like to talk about reforms because I guess for governments, reforms are always challenging. So maybe let's talk about success factors in governance and policy making. Second point, maybe I guess this really is different in every country, what every country needs, and it really depends on the context. But I guess what we've heard here also in the room are that there are several commonalities and several factors that are definitely success factors for many countries. First, I would say, I guess the first one is, of course, the availability of data. So if that's just the basics, so maybe become a CCAC member and ask them to deliver and help you to get the data, if that's the point. But yeah, I guess the second one I would say is a narrative. So a narrative and a good communication around to develop that around around your planning, your plan. So, and I guess it's important that this narrative at the same time communicates the benefits, the multiple benefits from health to climate to whatever is to get. At the same time is also transparent about maybe concerns and pitfalls there, which might be losers or then another point, I think we also heard that here, is what we in a political science language would call entrepreneurship. Let's call it leadership. So you need persons in the government that are constantly also over the years and push for the topic. I think that's an important one. We have heard the interagency collaboration, interagency task force, interagencies exchange and rotations and getting together. And we have heard integrated reporting as a very, very central one. So establish reports that are not just on one topic. And maybe the last one, and I think this is for all policy making, it's always stakeholder engagement. And stakeholder engagement, I would always see it in two senses. So it's one, because you want to know what really concerns the communities, the private sector, whoever, all these groups that are out there. You really want to know what specifically concerns them, but you also want to harvest their knowledge, and they can bring in solutions. And I think, yeah, maybe these are just the factors that I heard this morning. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you mentioned the communication as well. And here I want to bring it to Johan. And Johan, you had like a lot of experience with designing and implementation integrated policies with many governments, mainly in the LMICs. And I want just to highlight this communication aspect. What do you think the simple message that should be addressed or shared with policymakers so that the integration of or the integration approach or the one atmosphere approach will be implemented correctly?
Yeah, so I think like in the previous talk we heard, something like tropospheric ozone is complex, right? The science is complex, and I welcome the fact that we're concentrating on this in order to understand it better. But when we come forward with strong policy messages, we obviously can't start with the fact that this is complex. We've got to then have a very clear policy message. And I remember, I was just thinking back to one of the meetings we had in the development of the original assessment on black carbon and tropospheric ozone. At the time, there was a parallel study called Bounding Black Carbon, so it was focusing in on one particular substance. And they were at our meeting, and we were talking about the different approaches, the Bounding Black Carbon being a very scientific approach. And what we had was an approach which was focusing on measures. And this focus on measures, I think, has been really important, because what we were able to do was to go through all the complexity through the modeling, several models. Drew was running one of them, the climate models, as well as looking at ozone formation around the world and PM 2.5 and everything. A lot of complexity, but the message we came out with was if you do these 16 things, you can get a lot of benefits for near-term climate, you can get a lot of benefits for human health, you can get a lot of benefits in terms of improved crop yields. So I think that, and these are the things that people, the policymakers, care about. They don't necessarily care about ozone per se. They worry about what it's doing. If you're going to die from air pollution, you're not too worried whether it's ozone or PM 2.5. And the one atmosphere approach does help us in terms of, what we found in that original assessment was that half of the ozone reduction was from methane emission reductions, and half of it was from the reductions in CO, NMVOCs, and NOx from the prevention of incomplete combustion, the so-called black carbon measures. But we didn't go into the complexity. We just said, here are some measures and it will reduce it. But it reduced PM 2.5 as well. We can't not reduce many of the ozone precursors without affecting PM 2.5 levels. So I think that this is the magic sauce which Nathan was talking about. And it's about saying, if you want to help human health, improve human health, if you want to address climate change, especially in the near term, but also the pathway approach. We had a big concentration on this pathway of temperature through the century, and I think that's a useful way of thinking about it. So if we want to have a reasonable temperature pathway into the future, what do? And then we need to come up with the solutions, take into account all the complexity, but coming up with a simple message about what people need to do, potentially regionally specific. And I think that's the simple message that we can try and get out of the science, but it has to come through to an actionable request that this is what we need to do to solve these problems.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is what we are working on the CCAC. And I think if I remember, maybe starting from the Paris Agreement, the message from the scientists started to change. And we started as scientists being aware that something should happen so that we can make our work clearer and our message more meaningful for the policymakers. And always from government perspective, and I will be talking to Claire, and Claire, you are director of the Super Pollutant Field Catalyst. Previously, you worked for the US government in Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Team, and now you are working with philanthropy. And my question for you would be, can you talk a little bit from the government perspective and from your former work, and then I will follow up about the philanthropy as well. So just from your former work, how do you see this approach and the being integrated, its implementation? What perspective the government can bring to this?
Definitely. Thank you. And thanks to the whole panel. And for the ozone science briefing before this, I think I hadn't heard it explained so clearly, and the graph really helped show how you can take an action and have an unintended negative consequence. So thank you. I think so I was 4 years in the Biden administration with John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. And we engaged very substantially with CCAC. We were the former co-chair of CCAC with Rick Duke. And one of the things that I think is such a strength of CCAC is, regardless of the political ups and downs, and I know, and coming from the US, I think that was a Trump intervention. Did that just happen? Elon, are you here? So, coming from the US, I do apologize for our current state of politics, but I think one of the strengths of CCAC and of the UN and multilateralism generally is that you have ups and downs in one country and other countries continue the work. And I think also on the science front, even though there are ups and downs and changes in engagement from one country or kind of political opportunity around the impact, the science and the work of the scientific advisory panel has continued to advance our understanding globally of all the pollutants, of their climate impacts, of their health impacts. And having the resilience to do that when it's not that interesting or when you're not getting that much attention on black carbon or ozone or methane, but continuing to advance the science, I think is so impressive and such an important part of CCAC. So kudos to everybody on the SAP for continuing that work. And I think one of the things that was evident coming from the US government is you have windows of political opportunity. And if the science is continuing and is strong and robust, and you have the evidence and you have the case that's being effectively made, you can take advantage of windows of opportunity politically because they are short and you need to be ready for them. And I think the CCAC demonstrates that very well. When one government or another can find a moment of political opportunity, we're seeing this now with Brazil, as Drew mentioned. There's a moment of political opportunity, CCAC and the science was ready to seize on it. So I think marrying those two aspects has been a really effective approach of CCAC and a real strength.
So this is a call to scientists so that they will be more resilient and be ready for the opportunities to come. And I agree, because with always I have COVID as a reference. It was like kind of this opportunity or window, policy window that's opened, and then science became to be more wanted at this moment, and scientists had to have the answers needed. So just a quick follow-up question about philanthropy, as long as you were there as well. So how can this help also with the implementation of such integrated approaches?
So in my new role, one of the things I'm hoping to do is increase interest from philanthropy in the super pollutants topic. And it is a wicked topic. We've got the climate impacts, we've got the health impacts, and we've also got real scientific complexity. So as CCAC has done a really effective job over the years of informing, educating, slowly governments and improving the relationships between scientists in governments within the SAP and building that understanding over time, I think That's something we can more effectively do with the philanthropic community, another donor community that is motivated to be interested by these topics, but needs some of that hand-holding, needs some of that cultivation and education over a long period of time. You know, it will take some years to really, the goals are the same. There's a lot of alignment on objectives. And I think just kind of continuing to educate this community of important donors over the months and years to come through this app and through the real effective long-term work of CCAC will be very important.
Excellent. So education and raising awareness, and this is also something that can be projected on different communities. And here I will just ask the young about the health perspective. So how do we bring the health community into these discussions more effectively?
Well, I think what I mentioned about One Health and so forth, the community is well aware of the dangers. I don't think it has really hit them yet. You know, when we talk about the stratospheric ozone layer, everybody was in shock, okay? Unfortunately, these kind of shock impacts are sometimes necessary and sometimes the best method. We shouldn't exaggerate, we shouldn't, you know, put out false truths or anything. But right now, I think the overall general community is sort of compromising the urban penalty that, you know, people think. Like when you live in a city, that's where the money is. So everybody's living in cities and the urban population is continuing to grow. You sort of are expecting that it's gonna be more air pollution. You're gonna have shorter lifetimes. So obviously when you age and you retire, you move to the countryside for better air, better climate and so forth. Now, to educate these kind of people that, you know, things can be done, you know, to lower these kinds of air pollution impacts in the urban areas, that, you know, you can participate and the government should do more. That's the message that we have to sort of deliver and do a better job of communicating. And then on top of that, the fact that we can also do something with climate and have these side benefits or co-benefits. You know, these kind of education processes has to be strengthened. That's my viewpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. And education is also one action from, or among many actions that government should think about. And here we will open this space to think about or to hear about the stories of the countries. And then I would be asking Anna Maria. Anna Maria, you represent Denmark at the Convention of Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution. And I really want to hear what is Denmark's experience of overcoming barriers, and how do you integrate climate and air quality actions?
Thank you. And well, I would actually like to give you one very concrete, the most recent example we have. And it goes very well along with what you said, Charlotte, about a common narrative and getting an integrated vision for policies. And it's related to the green transition of agriculture. As a background, I may say that Denmark has a climate law. And in that law, we have promised that we will become climate neutral in 2050. And we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with 70% in 2030. And Denmark, the 60% of our national territory is agricultural land. So of course, looking into the transition of agriculture is a huge part of getting to the 70%. So this current coalition government that we have in their governmental platform, when they started up, they added in their program that they would put a tax a climate tax on agriculture. And before that, a few years, we already introduced a green tax reform and had multiple partnerships within industries and sectors, but agriculture was the hard one. And I guess many countries can recognize that. So this tax on livestock, as it ended up with, in the process of getting there was born something that was called the green tripartite. And that is something that came from our experience on the Danish labor market, on the negotiations between the different parties of the labor market. So the government, and that was the first step, that the government, but from several ministries, started up a consultation process with different parties. So we had the Minister of Environment, we had the Minister of Climate, and those are two different ministries. So also aligned with what you say, that sometimes we need to have a joint narrative to talk together. Also, the Ministry of Food was in the negotiations, Minister of Finance, and chairing was the Minister of Economy and Internal Affairs. And they invited both the Danish Agricultural Council that represents the farmers and the agricultural industry, and also the NGO, the biggest NGO, the Green NGO that we have. In addition, we also invited the municipalities that would implement the plan or the agreement when they came so far, and also the different parties of the labor market for that sector. So it was a rather huge group in these green tripartite negotiations, and they came out with a plan, an agreement after 4 months. And it was started in the climate corner to look into how can we get to this tax on livestock. And it's a greenhouse gas. I mean, it's a CO2e tax, but since it's on livestock, of course, we know that this is extremely important also for air, since it would be on methane. But while discussing, they realized, okay, agriculture is such a huge part of us getting to the green transition. So what other environmental objectives do we have? Well, we're an agricultural country. We have an excess of nitrogen that leaks out in the water. How can we get in the work related to the EU Water Framework Directive in this? Well, nitrogen and also everything related to livestock is also related to ammonia, which we've had problems with before, although we now are in compliance. But so the air component was also there. One thing that was hard was to find a suitable level of the tax. Because, I mean, as you know, there are no really quick fixes. You can't put a filter on a cow. So they started up pretty high, where the normal carbon tax is, and then they had a deduction and additional deductions if you would agree to implement other green initiatives within your practice. That is, for example, there was a grant or a subsidy scheme for feed additives to reduce methane. There was another tax on drained peatlands. So if you would stop farming on soil or carbon-rich soil that are close to water, that would also give you a reduction in the tax. So there are many incentives contributing to this deal. In addition, I mean, Denmark is very low, so everything, when you agriculture close to the water, it will end up in the water. So instead of just looking to the livestock, they also looked if we have less land, there would also be less cattle. So 10% of our national territory will be within these few coming years, will be taken out from the agriculture production, and will be given back to nature and afforestation. So we will be planting trees and try to get biodiversity back in those areas. So what started at the climate corner ended out in a really comprehensive, a huge comprehensive deal. And to be able to deal with this, we actually even started a new ministry. The ministry with the lovely name, the Green Tripartite Ministry. Luckily, there was a communications advisor in the room, so he said, well, when we're abroad, we call it the Ministry of the Green Transition. But in-house, it's the Green Tripartite Ministry. And after this, I mean, the agreements within the green tripartite negotiations was set in June, and now in November, 80% of the mandates in the parliament have approved, have signed on this deal, which means that we've tried to consolidate the anchor ship, so all the different aspects that now will be developed, we will still have a broad support for the initiative. And for the implementing side, now it's moved on. So we have now started up a variety of smaller green partite negotiations and working groups within the municipalities. So if you are a land use expert and you're fluent in Danish and you like to drink coffee, I'm quite certain I could find you a job, because now the dialogue will be with the farmers, with the Agricultural Council, with the municipalities to find where are the low-hanging fruits regards to the carbon-rich soils, and then looking to what other areas should be converted in this huge land use change. So it's the biggest land use change we had in 100 years, and 10% of our national territory that will be nature.
Yeah, wonderful. So it seems fascinating, and you mentioned that it's the one narrative, and I'm a little bit curious here, and quick follow-up question. How was this one narrative owned by everybody? What made this possible to have this one common narrative?
Yeah, it's a good question, because it is very sensitive when it comes to agriculture, and it's when the proposal for the government in the start came a few years ago. One narrative that was dominating was, the conflict between the countryside and the cities and so on. But since the negotiations, they were rather long, but since they included everyone more or less was at the table. We had also the labor markets, we have the municipalities, we have the council that represents the farmers. And a huge part of the deal was that the return of income of the tax will actually go back to the sector. So you will get grants for feed additives, you will get capacity building, you will have consultancies driving around and having dialogues to see which parts of your land will be the easiest and makes most sense to stop farming. So I think that bringing everyone at the table, the integrated approach was in itself a huge part of the success.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much. And I really want to bring this to an LMIC perspective. And Jose Abraham, you work at the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change in Mexico, and you are the Mexico's focal point for the CCAC. And I really want to hear your perspective, again, from an LMIC about the One Atmosphere approach and the integration of different climate and air quality policies.
Well, thank you. And thank you to be with this panel, my colleagues. From the perspective of Mexico, that's, well, we have a history, and probably I want to share with you how we came to, first of all, put the black carbon as the main target in the commitments of NDC. So why we start to do this is because we came from a good job developed between the Environmental Commission, for example, Mexico, Canada, and United States, just talking about 20 years ago, when we received support to improve our inventories. Air quality in terms of the inventories pushed to Mexico in the direction to understand what happened with the particle matter. Many of the things was mentioned today, the ozone as well, doing the measurements, understand the complexity of the air quality. So when we start here at the CCAC, it's important that how many of the people to be involved bring all this knowledge to put in the table that Mexico can go to the next step in terms of black carbon. We have scientists at the beginning, talking about 20 years, well, Beatriz Cárdenas once again started to do this one with black carbon measurements. So she started to do a lot of things, and she brings as well here how the black carbon can be part of this alternative to Mexico. We do not understand clearly the emission factors. We don't understand a lot of things, But with this community that I'm really glad to, I all the time say that CCC is like my home. I like to come here to see my colleagues and have this communication because it's shared experiences. So talking about measurements, we start to do brick kilns, which we start to do a lot of things. And then we go back to Mexico and, go with other colleagues and said, we need to go in this direction. We increase the efforts as well because many of the scientists that I listened also on today, yes, we are now dealing in Mexico City and other cities, how now increasing the ozone. So when we're supposed to go in the, decrease the ozone concentrations, no? The complexity start to be part of that. So we can share experiences. I listen today and I go back again to Mexico to share for my colleagues. This is the kind of things we understand that CCC brings us to the countries. Other thing we need to do is we need to support more the CCAC because the local, in terms of the government, Charlotte mentioned in her presentation, the rotation of the staff is the people that come here and then understand the problem and then they left. So, and the governments just lost the people that can help to go in the directions for the mitigation for air quality and climate change. I'm really, really worried about that. I'm concerned about that. And the questions as well you mentioned in the presentation. What about the articulation between the agencies in the local governments? I have a very important question to the people, hopefully can really. What if at internal interagencies or in the government we don't have commitments and fix the problems? Are really the countries ready to have mitigation with the people? If we internal in the government not have these communications, what about the actions and the strategies? So that's a big question. Hopefully in your new publication, Charlotte, can you respond to this one? Because if this is the problem, so we are behind with the air quality commitments and the climate commitments. Because just going back, and then try to go 3 steps more. So that's my reflection today, and I hopefully it's respond to one of the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for this, because we are talking about integration of policies, but there is also integration of science, and social sciences are adding a lot to what we are doing. But just a follow-up question, what is the thing that you want to see more of coming from the SAB?
The SAB is...
and the chair is here.
Yeah, no. I all the time, many times I talk with Drew and the people, Nathan, all the time we have this discussion. The SAP is important. It's important we increase actually the participation of more people. I know, of course, many people, in the case of Mexico, Michel Grutter and other scientists be part of the SAP. But I think the SAP need to go in the direction to talk with the people, with the countries, more in terms. I think the communication was showing and by other colleagues, it's important. Many of the scientists talking in some way. Your picture is important. 3 or 4 here, just talking about that, and then the people there. So I think we need to communicate to the people in the ground how is really the science and how they can be involved. We think, and probably many of us, the scientists, think, no, it's we understand clearly. The people can understand. No, I can really demonstrate. Not really. Even you asking about the air pollution. I talk about my country. I went to some monitoring stations in some location in Mexico, and I asking to the people. The monitoring station is just 1 block from the people. He said, "You understand what? I don't know. Even there's a monitoring station here, so I do not understand the numbers about the concentration." So, and we thought that everybody knows that. No, it's the same with the scientists. Articles and papers and everything we have here, we need to communicate in the best way to the people. So that's the thing we need to reflect.
So more communication then. And then I will also ask Drew, what is the thing you want to see more of coming from policymakers?
The other direction, huh? Sometimes things that we get from policymakers that are most helpful are information about what information they would like from us. And of course, sometimes it's information we don't have the capability provide them. You know, what is the exact cost of this particular likelihood of more climate extremes in my neighborhood? Don't know. That's a hard one. But sometimes it's very clear, and they say, you know, something as tangible as knowing the number of premature deaths is very kind of ephemeral, and that's kind of something I don't know what to do with. Obviously, nobody wants premature deaths, but if you tell me how much my medical system is spending on care, that I can do something with. And they're like, oh, well, we thought that was a smaller number, so you wouldn't care. And so we learn a lot. And in fact, in the economic assessment that I mentioned earlier, you know, one of the things we're working hard on is to quantify more of the morbidity outcomes, precisely because policymakers told us that's something they really care about. Within agriculture, like we were just hearing about, you know, we have been getting information that says, we don't want to know the net impact on the planet. We want to know, how do we tell a farmer, you should do this because for your farm, it does something useful, like increases yields or, you know, reduces heat in the area where you live, and your farm workers are out there working in this intense heat, right? You can't just say, oh, it's too hot this summer, I won't pick any crops, right? It just doesn't work that way. So I think those kind of really specific information from policymakers about how we tailor the results that we give them from science, I think that's really helpful to steering us to providing, you know, something that's more useful for people.
Yeah, it's more about the needs, like knowing the needs of the policymakers so that we can be more convincing whenever we are delivering. Yeah, thank you so much for this message, and thank you so much for the panel. And I think we did a great advocacy for the one atmosphere approach. And as I said in the beginning, it was about solutions, it was about collaboration, and it was about action. Thank you so much for the valuable information you shared with us. And I think we do have the community that will hold this forward, and a big kudos for the CCAC for all the work she is doing. Thank you so much, and please join me in giving a warm applause to the panel. Thank you for being here and following this, this beautiful session. Thank you so much.
She's a fantastic moderator. That was ended on time. It's almost never happened in the history of science policy dialogues. So, yeah, another round of applause for Kenza. Well, no. So as I said, reception out there at the big windows at 5:30. You have half an hour. If you need an assignment for things to talk about in those 30 minutes, think about, barriers and how much more money you want to give us for science policy work. Think big thoughts. This is always an incredible pleasure among us scientists and the scientific advisory panel to coordinate these science policy dialogues. This is really quite unique in the world, what we're able to do because of this partnership, and we could not do it without you. So we really very much appreciate you, and I hope that I think it's quite clear that you appreciate our scientists as well, and I look forward to continuing these for many years to come. So I don't know why I'm keeping you here. Please stand up and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I will say actually one more thing. There is a World Cup qualifying football match tomorrow between Colombia and Brazil, which is potentially a blood sport activity, I suspect, between those two countries. The tickets at the stadium are sold out, but I am convinced, because we are in Brazil, that there is probably a samba/sports bar somewhere. If that doesn't exist, I think there's a real business opportunity here for us. But we're going to try to find some place to go watch that game, do a little dancing, enjoy the co-benefits of that joint activity for tomorrow. So stay tuned on that one. But yeah, please enjoy the reception tonight.
All night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Once you get started, you can't sit down. Come join the fun, it's a merry-go-round. Everyone's dancing their troubles away. Come join the party and see how we play. Whoa, yeah. We're gonna have a party all night long, all night, all night, all night, all night long, all night, oh yeah, all night long, all night, all night, all night long. Never seen you looking so lovely as you do tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. Did it good. I've never seen so many men ask you if they wanted to dance. They're looking for a little romance. I've given half a chance. And I've never seen the dress you're wearing, all the highlights in your hair that catch your eyes. I have been blind, lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I wanna be, but I hardly know. This beauty by my side, dear, dear, I'll never forget the way you look tonight. Never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. You were amazing. I never see so many people wanna be there by your side. And when you turned to me and smiled, it took my breath away. And I never had such a feeling of
me, she's fine. But when she leaves me, I'm not sure. It's always the same. She's playing her game. And when she goes, I feel to blame. Why won't she say she needs me? I know she's not as strong as she seems. Why don't I see her cry for help? Why don't I feel her cry for help? Why don't I hear her cry for help? Wander around the streets of this town, trying to find the sense of it all. The rain on my face, it covers a trace of all the tears that had to waste. Why must we hide emotions? Why must we never break down and cry? All that I need is to cry for help. Somebody please hear me cry for help. All I can do is cry for help. Cry for help is all I need. All I need is cry for help. Cry for help is all I need. All I need is cry for help. Why must we hide emotions? Why must we never break down and cry? All that I need is to cry for help. I will be there when you cry for help. Why don't I hear her cry for help? All that I need is to cry for help. Somebody please hear me cry for help. All I can do is cry for help. It was way past midnight, and she still couldn't fall asleep. This night, her dream was leaving. She tried so hard to keep. And with the new day's dawning, she felt it drift away. Not only for a cruise, not only for a day. Too long ago, too long apart, she couldn't wait another day for the captain of her heart. As the day came up, she made a stop. She stopped waiting for another day for the captain of her heart. ready for the captain of her heart, the captain of her heart, captain of her heart.
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake, the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming. You are not the single type, so baby, it's the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this love. You don't need a